All right, good morning. Chair Primus, Vice Chair Headland, Member Fuchs, and Member Schultz. The National Industrial Transportation League, or NIT League, appreciates the opportunity to appear before you today on growth in the freight rail industry. As you said, I'm Monica Freeman, Chair of NIT League's Rail Transportation Committee and the Director of Rail Transportation at CHS. I also have had the privilege of participating on the Surface Transportation Board's Rail Energy Transportation Committee RETAC as an alternate, and I look forward to continuing in the role as a member. NIT League is a trade association whose mission includes advancing the views of shippers on industrial freight transportation policy matters since 1907. NIT League members include U.S. companies across a wide variety of industries who rely on efficient, competitive, and safe transportation systems within the United States and beyond to meet their supply chain requirements and the needs of their customers. NIT League members move billions of dollars of freight and employ millions of individuals in the supply chain. CHS is a diversified global agribusiness cooperative owned by farmers and member cooperatives across the United States. Its 10,000 plus dedicated employees around the globe have a single purpose: creating connections to empower agriculture. CHS helps drive sustainable growth for its owners and customers with a strong, efficient supply chain, access to global markets, and exceptional products and services. My remarks today are on behalf of NIT League members and their vested interest in freight rail growth. Freight rail is essential to many NIT League member supply chains. Our diverse membership depends on rail service to ship a variety of bulk commodities, including grain, chemicals, paper and forest products, cement, and others. Many NIT League members, including CHS, can ship certain commodities only by rail, and many of those facilities are captive to one railroad. Freight rail offers many benefits compared to other modes, such as safety, economies of scale, and environmental impacts. Thus, NIT League strongly supports the expansion of competitive, efficient, and cost-effective rail service that meets the needs of rail customers. The board's hearing announcement referenced declining or stagnant freight carload volumes over the past decade and beyond, based on the Bureau of Transportation Statistics data. As we discuss how to grow freight rail volume, it's important to consider some of the reasons why customers are often disincentivized from increasing their volume of rail shipments. One significant reason is the lack of railroad-to-railroad competition. With only 6 Class 1 rail carriers and with 4 of them responsible for moving 90% of our nation's rail freight, competitive market forces have been significantly reduced by railroad mega mergers and acquisitions. The lack of robust competition leads to annual freight cost increases disproportionate to the value of service or the broader economy, unreliable service, and the inability to negotiate reasonable contract terms, including service protections. These factors disincentivize shippers from increasing their freight rail shipping volumes and investment. PSR, the industry implementation of precision railroading. To meet Wall Street's performance expectations, including maintaining low operating ratios, also have not benefited rail customers. PSR has lowered costs for the railroad, but has resulted in constrained and congested networks, reduced capacity, the increasing use of embargoes, degraded velocity, and limited resiliency. PSR has not helped rail customer supply chains become more productive and efficient, which also hinders growth. In preparation for this hearing, NIT League surveyed its members to better understand the factors that impact their ability to ship more volumes via rail. The responses boiled down to 3 common factors: unreliable service, high rates, and lack of bargaining power. Service concerns focus primarily on the Class 1 railroads. One member reported that it shifted significant volumes away from freight rail due to recent unit train turn times. To protect its supply chain, the company was required to ship a similar alternative commodity that could be delivered more reliably using 2 alternate transportation modes. While in some cases, the opportunities to ship greater rail volumes will be permanently lost, the good news is that in other cases, the modal shift due to inconsistent rail service could return to rail when service improves. Another shipper explained that when rail cars are delayed and bunched together in transit, they resort to truck deliveries for raw materials. Trucks fill their storage, preventing timely unloading of rail cars when they arrive, and leads to demurrage charges. Consequently, they face the cost of both expediting trucks and demurrage fees. Moreover, recent increases in demurrage rates, over 30% for standard commodities and even higher for hazardous materials, exacerbate this issue. For instance, a small facility receiving about 100 cars of hazardous material per month with just 1.6 average days of dwell could incur over $50,000 in monthly demurrage charges. Non-competitive rates have caused some Knit League members to ship products that otherwise would move by rail to other modes. Even though members would prefer to use rail, high rates cause them to consider and select alternative modes. While other members express frustration with high rail rates, some commodities must move by rail, no matter what the cost for safety and operational reasons. In those cases, the company must accept the lower margins or attempt to pass through cost, which is not always possible. Regarding lack of bargaining power, another obstacle to increasing rail volumes is the lack of leverage in contract negotiations. Without more robust rail-to-rail competition, shippers have limited bargaining power in contract negotiations. This leads to one-sided contracts in the railroad's favor and prevents shippers from obtaining service protections and negotiating more reasonable rates. If another mode can offer more reasonable terms and conditions while remaining cost competitive, it will often be selected. When asked what specific rail carrier actions would cause Knit League members to ship more volume by rail, the common responses were service reliability, improved communications, and lower rates and accessorial charges, better cycle times, greater utilization of the short lines. Service reliability is critical and especially consistent with the trip plan. Especially consistency with the trip plan. Occasionally misses are understandable for unexpected events, but Knit League members would require far more consistent service to shift greater volumes to rail. Improvements to local first mile, last mile service is also needed. Avoiding reduced service days and missed switches can create a domino of adverse effects. Avoiding reduced service days and missed switches, which can create a domino of adverse effects, and also this impacts increasing rail traffic. More timely and consistent notice to shippers when a trip plan will not be met or when local service will be disrupted would go a long way to improving railroad shipper relations. When asked what factors would cause Knit League members to increase capital investments, members reported that lower freight rates and accessorial cost, better cycle times on equipment so that shippers can better spread the monthly rental rate of private cars over more traffic, and more rateable, consistent first mile, last mile service would help incentivize such investments. Knit League members reported better service consistency and communication from short line carriers and consider them to be partners. Short lines tend to take a more active role in understanding the shipper's business and are willing to engage in a more reasonable give and take. One Knit League member stated that the presence of short line, local commercial, and operations management who understand the, quote, boots on the ground operation is a big plus versus someone at a class 1 managing the business located 1,500 miles away who's never set foot on the property being served. Finally, some regulatory recommendations. Knit League members believe that workable STB remedies are necessary to incentivize the railroads to offer more competitive rates and reliable service. Holding railroads accountable when their actions harm their customer supply chains would help incentivize more traffic to move via rail. Consistent with Knit League's policy initiatives, the following are recommendations for the board. Clarifying the scope and enforcement of the railroad common carrier obligation via a policy statement or rulemaking to assure that the railroads provide service that is reasonably needed for all commodities that depend on freight rail. Expedite removal of exemptions for purposes of reciprocal switching petitions to address inadequate rail service under EP 711 sub number 2. Expedite completion of the preceding EP 704, sub-number 1, review of commodity boxcar and TOFC/COFC exemptions. Despite significant market changes that have occurred since the exemptions were adopted by the board's predecessor, the ICC, over 30 years ago, there have been few
Charge
modifications
complete.
to the exemptions. Evaluate options to improve the board's rate reasonableness procedures to make them more workable and accessible, especially for small shippers. Clarify the distinction between railroad tariff and contract terms to eliminate confusion over the type of service provided. And finally, work with Congress in identifying new statutory authority that the board requires to provide effective oversight for rail traffic that is based on today's market conditions instead of market conditions from 40 years ago. We have additional examples in our written testimony that we submitted. In conclusion, I thank you again for the opportunity to present NIT League's views on this important matter. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at the end of the panel.
Thank you. Seifert.
Good morning. My name is Mike. Good morning. My name is Mike Seifert, and I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Grain and Feed Association, or NGFA. I want to begin by commending Chairman Primus and the board for bringing stakeholders together to help find solutions to grow the freight rail industry. The NGFA consists of more than 800 grain, feed, processing, exporting, and other grain-related companies operating more than 8,000 facilities. Our membership includes grain elevators, feed and feed ingredient manufacturers, biofuels companies, grain and oilseed processors and millers, exporters, livestock and poultry integrators, and associated firms, including all 6 of the Class 1 railroads. The NGFA's extensive membership includes ag shippers and rail carriers who partner on more than 3 million carloads per year, which is greater than 15% of total U.S. carloads. We believe this valued partnership can grow, and I look forward to providing ideas for creating a conducive environment for freight rail growth. Transportation modal data from the USDA shows that rail routinely carries about 40% of our nation's grain to export terminals, while barges carry about 45% and trucks about 15%. This relationship between the 3 transportation modes carrying grain to export terminals has held for the past 40 years, with trucks only slightly gaining share. USDA data also shows the last transportation mode for grain before it is consumed domestically. These domestic grain movements are essentially a 2-mode competition between rail and truck. In the 1980s, rail moved over 40% of domestic grain, but that share has fallen to under 20%. NGFA believes there are 2 primary factors that have driven this trend. First, rail carriers have merged, making shorter hauls less common. Simply put, there are fewer railroads whose main business is shorter regional movements. Second, the grain industry has added significantly to its domestic processing capacity. These processing plants are usually built close to the farms that produce the grain and are predominantly served by truck transportation due to that proximity. In the 1980s, the ratio of exports to domestic consumption from grain was 1/3 to 2/3. Today, the ratio has shrunk to 1/4 to 3/4. The shrinking share of exports negatively impacts rail opportunities from a relational standpoint. However, the added grain processing provides opportunities for rail to move grain products such as biofuels, seed oils, and feed co-products to export markets and domestic markets. Grain production in the U.S. has nearly doubled over the past 40 years. The average increase in grain production is more than 2% per year. USDA projects production of corn, soybeans, and wheat to grow from 21 billion bushels last year to 23 billion in 2033, and for grain exports over the same period to increase from 4.5 billion bushels to more than 5.5 billion. USDA believes grain exports will maintain the current 1/4 share of grain use over the next 10 years. The forecast growth in grain production and steady export share of grain demand has potential to provide opportunities for rail freight growth. In addition to the organic rail freight growth and moving grain products through increased production, we believe there is room to grow market share for grain and grain products through sustained efforts by the Class 1 railroads to improve service and become more cost competitive against other forms of transportation. These efforts can be helped by sound regulatory policy and commercial practices. Before I begin with these recommendations, I want to again point out that NGFA's membership includes all 6 of the Class 1 railroads. We consider them valuable members of NGFA and important partners of our shipper and receiver members. There are certainly some differences in views on policies and operations that occur between the Class 1s and shipper-receiver members. That's not unusual in any business relationship. Differences in the past that have occurred are well documented. Since joining NGFA 3.5 years ago, it's been my priority to improve communication and discussions between the association and all our members, including the Class 1s. We have made significant progress in this area, and we now have strong lines of open and honest communication. These open lines of communication sometimes lead to both tough and positive discussions. These conversations allow us to work together on solutions for both the railroads and our shipper-receiver members. These policy recommendations are made with that acknowledgement, and I do not think will come as a surprise to our Class 1 members. The NGFA believes there are rail freight efficiencies that can be gained through docket number EP 768, which seeks the adoption of rules to permit rail customers to levy financial penalties on railroads for inefficient use of private rail cars. Financial penalties are used by rail carriers to incentivize shippers to more quickly load and unload trains. To the extent the board can introduce reasonable incentives for both sides, our shipper-receiver members believe it would lead to more reliable freight service, and one could argue that freight rail growth would follow. The NGFA commends the board for issuing a final rule on docket number EP 711, sub number 2, for the purpose of establishing reciprocal switching rules when there is inadequate service. But we continue to believe it will not be successful until the board adopts rules that permit reciprocal switching to enhance competition. The NGFA believes more rigorous competition will result in larger volumes moved by rail. We urge the board to view EP 711 as a rule in need of continual updating. NGFA encourages the board to continue to develop guidance on the standards that govern the provision of rail service upon reasonable request under 49 U.S.C. Section 11101. The statutory common carrier obligation statute remains largely undefined. There should be a clearly defined regulatory backstop that all industry participants recognize. We believe defining the common carrier obligation is another route the board can take to grow freight rail. We've also, of course, discussed first mile, last mile in the past, as Monica mentioned. And lastly, on policy, NGFA thanks the board for issuing updated rail rate challenge rules. By statute, the rail rate rules do not apply to contract rates, which makes it even more important to introduce more rail-on-rail competition with updates to EP 711 on reciprocal switching. Through increased competition, the need for rail rate rules becomes less important. Through competitive rail freight rates, NGFA believes freight rail volumes will grow. As I mentioned previously, NGFA's preference is to seek commercial solutions between ag shippers and rail carriers, and we have made substantial progress in this area. When service is considered unacceptable by shippers, we do our best to have our first call be to the rail carriers. Ag shippers understand rail carriers must be run as businesses, but as in many partnerships, not every gain or loss is shared equally. Thus, when carrier decisions or service performance have oversized impacts on ag shippers, industry, and/or NGFA makes the carrier aware to provide them an opportunity to rectify or explain the situation. For example, NGFA meets with carriers when it hears from members about service breakdowns to ensure the carrier is aware that it has customers who have experienced problems. This open line of communication can help carriers know which parts of the network need help, and it can inform shippers on what to expect on rail service to aid planning. These commercial discussions are necessary to help move more freight by rail. We also acknowledge that freight growth can be rapid and concentrated on certain lines. We have told our rail partners that when that happens, it is important to ensure agricultural movements are not displaced. Export, processing, and animal feeding operations rely on reliable and resilient rail service to prevent demurrage on vessels, processing shutdowns, and animal welfare concerns. On this point, I know board members are well aware of recent challenges in Mexico. NGFA's members are deeply concerned with the resulting embargo to agriculture and ag-specific equipment as a result. As we look at future growth in freight rail, we must ensure that the importance of equal access for food and agricultural shipments to other forms of freight is a high priority. Human food, animal feed, biofuels, and exports must have equal footing. As stated earlier in my testimony, the share of exports relative to domestic use has decreased. But I want to clarify that overall grain export volume has trended higher due to significant growth in grain production. This increase in export volume has provided growth opportunities for freight rail. However, I would like to note significant increases in grain production and supply chain investments in Brazil and Russia have improved their ability to compete for global market share. Over the last 10 years, production of corn, soybeans, and wheat has increased by 65% in Brazil and 76% in Russia, and a large majority of new production has entered the export market. I'm noting this increase in international competition to stress the importance of competitive rail access and rates and a rail system that moves U.S. grain when it needs to move and keeps it competitive in the international marketplace. I do not know what the future holds for other grain exporters such as Brazil and Russia, but I would not bet against the American farmer and American agribusiness and our nation's ability to compete. I believe there will be opportunities for rail carriers in the grain industry to continue partnering to export more grain and grain products. There are also many new rail spurs that have been built next to new grain processing facilities in recent years to service domestic processing. Grain products produced from domestic processing provide significant opportunities for freight rail growth. The new rail spurs are a sign that the relationship between ag and rail is still growing, and NGFA anticipates the growth will continue. Lastly, I reiterate that grain production continues to increase in the U.S., and we believe it is safe to say the U.S. grain and feed industry is a success story, having thrived for hundreds of years and still growing. Additionally, the partnership with rail is another success story, being over a century old and more essential than ever. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time and attention today and for holding this hearing on growing freight rail. The more than 800 members of NGFA, thank you, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Burchett.
Good morning. And thank you, Chairman Primus and the rest of the board members for allowing some time for me to speak on this important issue. My name is David Burchett. I am the chairman of the board for the Private Railcar Food and Beverage Association. I'm also the senior director of procurement for Molson Coors Beverage Company, responsible for all logistics procurement in the Americas. The STB needs to be aware that Class 1 railroads use PSR, pricing practices, and pushing the cost of equipment to shippers as methods of improving profits, but thereby reducing volume by eliminating lanes and customers and by reducing service to other users, as well as reduction in their workforce. This effort by the Class 1 railroads obviously reduced the available capacity and therefore volume on the railroads. The result was that the railroads had more efficient operations, which improved operating ratios and profits. Most other industries would pass along at least a portion of these efficiencies to their customers, but not the railroads as they continue to increase their rates to shippers. This has impacted our members and their customers in many ways. In general, it makes the railroad a non-user-friendly alternative to move freight more efficiently, safely, and cleanly than other modes of transportation. This reduction in capacity and service by the railroads forced many shippers to increase the volume that they shipped over the road. Over the period of the last 5 or 6 years, truck volume has increased while rail volume has continued to decline. Still today, many shippers have limited options in working with the railroads. They claim their services have improved, and they have marginally, but obviously because they've eliminated volume, hence congestion, hence the need for employees and equipment, but still with higher rates to their remaining shippers. We need the assistance of the STB to help the railroads understand that rail must remain a viable alternative for those shippers who want to use rail service. We can do this through the elimination of exempt commodities, greater regulation of contract moves, and by addressing the true meaning of railroads' common carrier obligations. If the railroads could work with shippers by providing good service, user-friendly alternatives, and competitive pricing, this nation's rail networks would immediately see increased volumes. Some of the concerns that we feel have led to reduced volumes on rail are as follows. Equipment. The railroads continue to push ownership of cars to shippers. For many shippers, the cost of these cars is not offset by the lower rates offered by the railroad, therefore increasing overall cost to shippers, but improving margins for the railroads. Furthermore, increased transit times mean private car owners get less turns of their equipment and hence ship less volume. If a private car is held on the rail too long that's loaded, the railroad charges shippers. But if the railroads hold empty private cars in their yards, there's no recourse for the shippers to cover the cost of idle equipment. Being the Private Railcar Food and Beverage Association, we were created specifically due to the challenges and inefficiencies that the railroads have created for the members in our association. Consequently, we urge the board to institute reverse demurrage to encourage railroads to act more efficiently when using our rail cars. The railroads feel demurrage positively incentivizes shippers to turn their equipment quicker, but they don't want it when they hold up shippers' cars for a lot of time. This is a barrier for some shippers to putting more freight on the rail. Service. I've already mentioned the effect of PSR on overall service and rail volumes. Additionally, we have many shippers that have seen the number of pickups and deliveries or switches into their facilities dramatically reduced in the past few years. Also, through the use of embargoes, the railroads have continued to manage volumes down in certain areas and from certain shippers. These downsizing tactics warrant a careful review of the common carrier obligation by the board, or this behavior will continue and growth will remain stagnant. Competition drives the need for railroads to provide better service to their customers. While PERFBA commends the board for its new regulations and the recent reciprocal switching ruling as a method to improve service, it is limited to tariff and non-exempt traffic, therefore restricting its use to very limited circumstances. We propose that any service-related rulings issued by the board should be in effect for all rail traffic, even exempt commodities or freight under a pricing contract. Pricing. The railroads also continue to use unreasonable pricing, discouraging customers from using their service. They claim that trucking is their competition, but the cost structure of running trucks is much different than running a railroad. I've yet to see a trucking company with an operating ratio in the 50s. I don't think I've even seen one below 80. Trucking rates follow basic economic principles in a competitive environment. When demand is high and capacity is lower, as we had during the COVID years, trucking pricing increased significantly. As capacity became more available and demand for goods has fallen since, prices for trucking has decreased. Even though volumes have decreased on the rail, I think if you ask most shippers if their rates have fallen to get more volume back on the rail, they'll tell you no. Pricing continues to go up and operating ratios continue to go down. The railroads have also used pricing to limit STB oversight. They price tariff rates much higher, knowing that shippers will want to negotiate contract rates lower to save money, but then preventing any STB oversight. Even intermodal freight over these last few years has been priced non-competitively, moving a tremendous amount of volume onto trucks. We urge the board to continue to look at policies that foster competition between the railroads versus other modes of transportation, such as expanded reciprocal switching, similar to what the Canadian railroads follow, as well as new rate review processes that ensure fairness in pricing practices. The impacts from rail pricing, service, and equipment use have adversely affected our members in many different ways. Some have no other option than to ship by rail and have to take on these higher costs, impacting their businesses and the cost of their consumers, while others have been limited on the amount of freight they've been able to ship by rail, even though they would like to ship more. A few specific concerns from some of our members are as follows. One stated, our soft costs increased dramatically over the last few years, adding a new line item to be considered when we priced our rail shipments. The soft costs included slow turn times based on miles per day, fewer switches, an increase in temperature abuse due to slower service on problem cars, and demurrage. The push factors to make shippers look for alternative transportation modes have increased over the last few years to a point with the higher soft costs that rail pricing was not competitive compared to truck rates for short and medium length rail shipments. Comments from another one of our members are as follows. While we have not made a wholesale reduction in our volumes on rail to any one location because we can't survive without the rail movements, there have been instances of reduced rail volumes during various periods. Below are some examples. Out of Portland, Oregon, we have split rail volume with bulk trucks due to reduced inconsistent switches and increased rates. In Chino, California, we've had numerous issues with boxcars being broken into, so switched to trucks to mitigate risk of contaminated or stolen product. In Lodi, California, have had to convert to bulk trucks at times due to communication issues at interchange between the UP and BN, causing significant delays. In Phoenix, Arizona, have had to convert to bulk trucks on numerous occasions due to missed switches and poor interchange communications between UP and BNSF. Comments from a third member as follows. We've had a multi-year initiative to increase boxcar shipments, but service issues to our customers and pricing not being competitive with trucking have limited where we've been able to transition more volume. Moreover, several of our members have raised specific actions the railroads have taken to reduce switches to their plant locations. One member was told the railroad was doing so due to a labor shortage. Also, several members have raised the concern about rail theft and how the railroads limit their liability for cargo losses. The railroads prefer to eliminate competition by other means instead of trying to be competitive through better service and pricing, thereby increasing volume by doing so. Just last month, there was a letter sent to Congress urging them not to increase truck rates. The AAR was one of the organizations signing the letter. Are the railroads really so concerned with the safety of drivers, even though there have been improvements in braking technology, as well as cameras on trucks to help identify emergency braking situations? Or is this because they want to eliminate further competition and continue to raise prices without limits? Without the efforts of our federal regulators, the railroads will continue this practice of providing less and charging more. The net result of this means the most efficient and environmentally friendly form of transportation across this nation will continue to be used less, and shippers will be forced to seek out other alternatives. Thank you for listening to our position today, and hope our regulators will be able to take effective action that will bring more volume back to our rail network through removal of commodity exemptions, greater regulation of contract carriage, and improved definition of common carrier obligation and reverse demurrage. Thank you from the shippers of PERPA.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. We appreciate that. Let me actually just start off with you. Is it because of your connection with Miller Coors? Is it my understanding that your Golden plant no longer ships via rail to the West Coast?
No, we do still ship. It's our biggest location for rail shipments.
Okay. Have you experienced problems from that location?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely had service issues, but the main, I would say the main challenge for us to expand rail there has been pricing challenges.
Okay.
Not being competitive with truckload, even though it's very long distances.
And so you wanted to expand?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, and thank you for that. I mean, my biggest issue to the entire panel, when I think of, I hear the examples here. For me, it goes beyond, just the customer, just the industries that we're talking about, and gets to the American consumer, and ultimately to our economy. What I hear is there's an increased cost of doing business, because of the lack of growth and service. And that, of course, extends to higher costs because, again, if you're having to move to truck, which truck we've acknowledged is more expensive, then that raises the cost of doing business. That raises the cost of moving your product, which ultimately means it's the cost to the consumer because we end up paying for it in the end. I remember the example during the service challenges in 22 where we talked to a flour mill and talked about their cost of wheat went up $1 per bushel just because of the rail service challenges. That doesn't sound like much, one per bushel, but when you're processing millions of bushels, that's a lot. And where does that cost then move to? That cost moves to the consumer. So we wonder why, our bread products, our flour products are costing more. Our inability for service on rail contributes to that. And I don't think people connect that. I think that's the issue in terms of growth, because when we stunt growth, and when growth is not there, that means we're still looking at those alternatives. We're still looking at the challenges. Ag especially. I mean, one of the things that we're looking at, as you said, because we've been talking to you about, is harvest. There's been a 37% increase in ag products going to Mexico, and yet we have these challenges. So what happens, to those issues, to that service? What happens to the American farmers trying to get there? Same thing with the challenges to the PNW. As you said, I'm all in on betting on the American farmer. You know, I believe that it's our responsibility to support the American farmer from this body, you know, in terms, but we have to make sure that we have a rail transportation system that can get their product to market. Doesn't do it any good if they're having bumper crops if we can't do that. And I think that's what inhibits us is when we don't have that growth and we don't have that service. So in the short time that I have left, I'm wondering if the three of you can talk about you know, what the lack of growth does to your businesses or does to groups within your business and how it constrains growth within your own industries and what the implications are. As you said, Seifert, about the loss of market share. If we can't get growth, if we can't get our products to the market, what that does. So can the three of you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I think obviously the loss of market share or the decrease in growth obviously impacts from an export perspective. And I think, you know, the competitiveness of that, as I mentioned, it's becoming a much more competitive global market for U.S. producers. And so that additional growth is needed to keep us efficient and to keep us competitive in the export markets. I would also say, you know, we had some service challenges a couple of years ago, and obviously that impacted the poultry and the livestock side of the feeding. I think the other question coming on is that, you know, there's significant biofuels incentives that the federal government has put in place or that we're looking at putting in place. And our members are waiting for some guidance on 45Z and how that'll impact biofuels and also sustainable aviation fuel. But we mentioned a lot of that processing that's being built in the U.S. currently, and a lot of that is directly related to those biofuels incentives and what's going on there. And in many of those instances, those facilities are being built close to the production, and in the initial commodities for processing, some of that will come in by truck, as we mentioned, because of the proximity. But the finished product, the biodiesel, the aviation fuel, the soy crush, ethanol, that's in many instances, that's going to need to move multiple distances in bulk. And where we are in terms of the growth and where we are in terms of capacity is very much going to impact, I think, you know, where the top line may be for some of those plants and some of those facilities in that industry, because they're going to need that capacity and that growth to be able to move that finished product.
Yeah, I think for our members, a couple of things. As you mentioned, it's the cost. So the impact is that the cost then goes to the consumer, who then buys less or has less money to buy these products with, or it has to be absorbed by these companies. So, you know, you have 4 companies out there that are gaining while hundreds are either losing or having to pass that on to their consumers. Many of, you know, the members for PERFBA are either going to switch it to rail if they can't get the service or the cost, or switch it to truck if they can't get the cost or service they need from rail. Again, potentially impacting costs and then passing those on to consumers, while others who have to use rail and have these high costs or poor service are definitely either taking these costs or passing them on to consumers. So I think the impact really comes from, you know, when prices are higher to the consumer, they are going to be purchasing less, which impacts everyone.
I do something wrong. Okay. You know, in several instances, I've seen, you know, boxcar loading docks filled in with concrete to create more warehouse space because it was no longer really a viable solution, even though the track and spur is there, but the service isn't, or and all of that volume switches to truck. It's just a more convenient. Yesterday, someone mentioned about being the person that is trying to convince internally the use of rail. And it's oftentimes a very challenging position to actually bring forward these solutions. because most of the loading dock, most of the warehouse managers, they understand the complications for them versus the real-time access with truck. So it isn't always the preferred mode. There needs to be, a value in using rail. And when service and resiliency is not there, why grow in that direction? When just-in-time is available to you with truck, and in a economy where it's competitive, what is the incentive to go by rail? I think that's where we see a lot of challenges. And then it was also mentioned yesterday, but I think is really true about how many times terminals or warehouses are being built without even consideration for rail. They aren't even close. And maybe the economy, the opportunities come later, but then you have to build a transload and you have to truck that product to a location to put it on rail. And most of the value then that you could have had by shipping rail is lost through all of that additional handling. So, it is concerning to see so many any new facilities in growth being built without consideration for rail access or rail service. And I think that really is an area of opportunity, both with current customers, but also how are railroads approaching customers which they are not currently seeking, that are new entrants into the market.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pricing has been mentioned by the panel. Mr. Seifert, I want to talk to you briefly about rate review. In light of recent court decision, could you maybe revisit the problem statement? And do you have any views on whether or not the board's methodologies work for egg shippers? And if not, why not?
Well, obviously, we were disappointed with the court's ruling on the final offer rate review. We thought that was a significant step forward. I would say as it relates to the current process and current policy, our folks would say that it doesn't work from a cost standpoint, from the length of time, from the diversity of the market that we're serving, the commodities that we're carrying, the multiple areas that we may be shipping to out of the same facility. And I think if you look back, I may be wrong on this, but I believe there's been one kind of case brought forward from the grain side in the last 40 plus years or 40 so years. I think it was filed in 1981.
Charge complete.
And I think by the time it finally worked its way through here and STB and your predecessor and the courts, it was about 20 years. My daughter's a freshman in college this year, so she's turning 19. And when I think of what's happened over the last not even 20 years and changes in my life with that, to think that a case took 20 years to get through the system, I think you can see why our folks may not see that as a workable option.
Appreciate that. And Mr. Burchett, I want to focus on rate caps. And, the board's current rate cap for its alternative methodology 3B is 4 million, and it's keyed off the cost of the next methodology. But of course, the purpose of bringing a rate case is not to recover your case or your cost of bringing a rate case. And so and also in light of the testimony from Mr. Seifert about density and how that affects someone's ability to bring a SAC case. Could you maybe speak to rate caps? A lot of times shippers are cycling off a contract, face a tariff, and they look at the difference between the tariff and the contract and assess whether or not to bring a case. Can you talk about how rate caps practically affect your business?
Yeah, we actually had a situation where we were considering a potential rate case. And when we looked at where we had a negotiated rate and would have to switch to the tariff rate, the rate cap at 4 million, when we looked over the time, we actually would have lost money by switching to the tariff. By bringing the rate case, we would have lost more, even though our rate was well over 500% of the RVC. To switch to the tariff rate, which was that much higher. So to get back the 4 million over the time, we would have actually paid more by staying with the tariff at that point. So.
Appreciate it. Want to turn to commodity exemptions, and I'm going to keep it sort of broad because it's an ongoing proceeding, but this is just for Ms. Freeman and Mr. Burchett. Both your organizations have shippers that are halt or move exempt commodities and non-exempt commodities. And then within the exempt commodities, there are facilities that have high degree of competition, and there are some that have very lower degrees of competition. When you think about the problems that you all discuss across your organizations, do you see much of a demarcation between the problems faced by technically exempt shippers versus technically non-exempt shippers?
That's probably one I'll have to take back, to be honest. But I think it's a good question. I'll take that back to our group.
I'm going to follow his lead if that's okay. I need some advice from the technical team behind us.
Let me ask it the question a different way, or at least a separate question that maybe gets at the same thing. Is I'm sort of wondering the extent to which a class based on commodity is the most appropriate guide for the differences among the shipping public. You know, most often I hear differences across shippers based on the particular forces hitting the facility. So, you know, if you've got 2 railroads or 3 railroads, you know, that might be, you know, whether or not you're exempt or not exempt might be in a different place than if you just have 1 railroad, even if you're technically exempt. So as you all think about your facilities within your companies, maybe, do you detect a high, for exempt commodities, do you detect a high degree of difference between the actual competitive forces affecting the facility, even though the commodity is the same across facilities?
Yeah, I think I can speak to this one. So I think inherently the challenges that we have are the same across no matter what the commodity is. I mean, obviously there are some differences in equipment types and how something is loaded, unloaded, how long it can sit versus not sitting. So there's some of those factors that play into how you operate your business. But overall, whether something's exempt or non-exempt, the things that we've noted today in our testimony are not different.
And I would agree. The main factors that you have to work with is there railroad competition that you can use to negotiate, and or are there factors that allow you to move to an alternate mode? Those are really the 2 key factors you have to discuss. And beyond that, I think it's very limited and not specific to commodity from my experience.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for the specific recommendations that you have made. That is certainly what I came to this hearing to hear. What can we do? What can we do better? What should we prioritize? But I have 2 questions for you, Mr. Seifert. 2 years ago, we had a drought in the upper Midwest that dried up our major rivers. And barging grain became unavailable for a significant period of time. Can you tell me how well the railroads reacted and stepped up to fill the needs of your members when they couldn't go to the river?
Sure. I think in those instances, and obviously that was when we were still having some challenges as well. But I would say we've had low water the last 2 years, and we've got low water again this year. And I would say, particularly I think last year, as maybe a better reference point when the system was running a little better, I would say that our members would say in those instances where you could shift over to rail, that it worked for getting down to the Gulf. But I think obviously you can't move all that capacity that you move from barge over to rail, and you have facilities that are set up to be able to handle rail coming in. You have facilities that are not set up for handling rail. So I think in those instances where they could move over, that they would say that it worked for them. But I think, it's important to understand too that the capacity is not there to make up for everything that we can't ship down in barge. But our sense in talking to our members is that the railroads that could service the facilities that did have rail options, that they worked with them to move as much of that over there as they could.
Given climate change, maybe this is an issue that we all ought to be looking at more seriously and looking at investments to make rail a better alternative if we start losing our rivers on a major basis. Mr. Burchett, I recently was on the road, and I'm on the road a lot. And I was going through a city that hosts the headquarters of one of the largest beverage companies in the world. And I wanted to sit down and talk to the person who managed their rail operations, and was told that their new owners have basically abandoned rail. They're not using it. They found the cost of using rail because of damage to their commodities simply
of what goes into beverage production, the qualities of a finished beverage product. They're heavy, they're compact. When you ship it on truck, you don't use a whole truck. There's a lot of space left in that truck and that's where, some beverage companies are probably the ones that are pushing for heavier truck weights because they've got room in those trucks. And the challenges with rail, definitely damage is one that you have to work through. But I think there are other beverage shippers that are shipping a significant amount on rail. But it's a lot more work. There's challenges with it, as Monica stated. What are the benefits for switching to rail? Because the services takes longer to get to their end destination. There's potentially more damage, and yet there's no cost benefit, even though it's a more efficient and should be less costly form of transportation. And again, something that's going to be hitting us more and more environmentally friendly. And so that is concerning when you hear a shipper with a product with those qualities that says, we're not even going to consider rail.
Lastly, a personal note, I want to pat ourselves on the back that we helped save a railroad in the San Luis Valley of Colorado that delivers a lot of barley to Golden. And it would have
Yes, it does. Thank you.
It would have been 26,000 truckloads across the pass if that railroad had not survived.
Yep. Thank you.
This question is from Ms. Freeman. Your testimony encapsulated what so many shippers have said to me, which is, okay, gotcha, thanks. Your testimony encapsulated what so many shippers have said to me, which is, in order to ship more volume by rail instead of truck, service has to be predictable. And, while nothing will replace good service, I wondered if you could speak to what role transparency on the network might play in the decisions of your members to ship more volume by rail.
Thank you. Yes, I'm actually a large fan of improving the technology around traceability of cars and an understanding. I think there are several methods that have been proposed that are out there as ways to improve beyond standard CLMs. Today, you can track a truck and know that it's going to arrive at your facility in 5 minutes from now. You can have a push notification around that, and it's going to be accurate. And while I don't think the reality, the Domino's pizza example is referenced a lot, while I don't think rail shippers expect that, nor do I think, from my experience only, I will say that that's even necessary for rail. I do think that having transparency and accuracy to the ETA is, even though we say it a lot, it's still understated in importance. I'll share an example of what happens in our elevators when we're loading. we expect a shuttle to arrive, 110 or 15 rail cars. We have our staff ready to load based on the ETA we're expecting for those cars. We're the anticipation or the expectation is that we will complete that activity in 11 hours from the time that the rail cars arrive. Our crews may expect the cars to arrive at 4 o'clock, and they work all day with the anticipation that when it arrives at 4, that they'll spend the next 11 hours finishing their day doing that until that's complete. But then when that estimated ETA is not correct, the cars are parked 25 miles from the elevator because the crew's out of time. All of the components that go into that, that change the arrival at the last minute. Now we send them home or we keep them, and you're making decisions about people's lives and their their safe work practices. And then also just all the business, obviously all the financial components that go into that. But we think a lot about what that does to the, work-life balance and the safety components of working in our facilities. So just to illustrate the importance of the accuracy of the arrival of cars and finding a technology that allows for transparency to the customer. Still believe understated, and something that as an industry, I think we have to all work together to figure out what that next phase is going to be. I know Rail Pulse was mentioned yesterday, and think certainly there's a large opportunity there, but a lot of work to be done, I would say, for it to be the long-term solution.
Thank you. And then Mr. Seifert, this is a question for you. You indicated that grain production is projected to grow significantly over the next decade. What would you say is the single most important thing that the carriers could do to support that growth?
I think the biggest thing they can do is to ensure that we've got the capacity and the flexibility to move, whether it's to the export market or to the domestic market. And I think, that's one of the changes as we've been seeing, is that exports are still important, but we talked about how it's gone down, and you've also seen changes. Mentioned the changes domestically with what we're seeing with biofuels, and we think that's going to change some of the flows. But even when you think of trade, you think of China from an ag perspective. But, last year, Mexico surpassed China as our largest export market. And just, some year-to-date numbers I looked at, U.S. exports January through July of this year, if you look at the main commodities our members ship, which would be corn, beans, wheat, distillers grains, and soybean meal, to Mexico, 21.8 million metric tons, to China, 12.9 million metric tons. And that's with the challenges we've had getting into Mexico. But I think that also highlights where the resiliency of, it's not just the U.S., but the North American system. But, that's an example of we've got to be able to adapt and to shift to those changing markets. And I would say, Board Member Hedlund, you mentioned about the river, but one thing I would say too is that it worked, but those water levels hit at a time when our exports were dropping and when we were picking up to Mexico. And so you were seeing actually, even without the water levels changes, you were seeing some of that product shift off the river and to shuttle trains and rail cars that, a couple, 3 years ago might have been going down the river because it would have been going by vessel overseas. So I would say that.
Thank you.
Just one more from me. Appreciated the testimony about preferring private sector solutions, and I think that came through from all of you. Mr. Seifert, I want to ask you, given that the board, prefers private sector solutions and alternative dispute resolution wherever possible, do you have any views about the role of arbitration in addressing any of the concerns you've raised today?
I do. I suspected we might get an arbitration question, so I was smart enough to come with notes on this one. What I would say is that NGFA will celebrate our 128th anniversary in November of this year. For about approximately 123 of those 128 years, NGFA has ran a private third-party arbitration system for our members, particularly on the grain contracting side. It's, in fact, if you're an NGFA member, you are required, if there's a dispute between one of our member companies, between member companies, to use that arbitration system. And it's worked for over 120 years. Rail arbitration in some forms has actually been a part of that for the last 28 some years. It does not include rates, but it does include a number of other areas. And I think if you talk to both our shipper and receiver members, and if you talk to our rail members, they would all tell you that it works well, A, as a system, but B, just the fact that it is there leads to a lot of things getting worked out before the cases get filed. And so I think, this is one area where there may be some disagreement between our shipper receiver and our Class 1 members, but I would say that's why, in terms of the arbitration proposal, that was put on the table by the board last year, obviously didn't move forward based on the way it was structured, but very comfortable from our overall membership perspective, because, as I say, it is something that we have used for over 120 years in most facets of our business and our contracting and our trade rules. And I think the system has worked when it's needed to go to arbitration, but the fact that system is there has also led to a huge number of things getting worked out, because of the fact that folks knew that if it didn't get worked out, it was going to go into that system. And by getting it worked out, both sides had a little more control over it. So I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Well, I can piggyback on that just by saying, yeah, I can piggyback on that by saying I strongly support arbitration. Matter of fact, I strongly support mandatory arbitration. I don't know if that goes a step further than what you're saying, but I do. I think it's a great vehicle. I think funny as a regulator, we talked about the 20-year process for going through that. Well, I wouldn't mind if legislatively they would take that off our hands. So that's something, I strongly support, and hopefully, people are listening and we move towards a solution, because I do think we can resolve these issues a lot quicker and a lot more in a much more balanced way. Let me ask one last thing, two really. Number one, how many of your members use short lines? Do any of your members use short lines?
Yeah, I'm
and
not sure how many, but
I would say if so, I guess the question, if so, what's the relationship in terms of service and others and growth potential with short lines as opposed to Class 1s?
I guess a couple of things. I know from more personal experience, we have some short lines, and I do feel, I think Monica might have stated this, that there does seem to be a little bit more focus on service because they're local to your location. But I know any locations right now that we are looking at, we tend to try to say, are there short lines that would service them if it's a new warehouse location? Just because it does give us potentially an option to look at multiple railroads.
Yeah, I don't know the exact breakdown, but I can tell you that a significant number of our members do also work with the short lines. And what we would hear, and we had short lines as members as well, but I think what we'd hear from our ag shippers and both our short lines is that, probably is a little more focused there, again, local nature, but I think also when you look at some of our facilities that are using the short lines and, what they're shipping, in those instances, truck versus rail really does become a competitive issue in some instances. And so there is a true incentive there to provide that service, I think, to not go to that alternative route. And so, I don't know the exact number, but it is a fairly significant number of our members I know that are using short lines as well.
I agree. I don't know the exact number, but certainly I think the many times the trifecta of perfection is to find a short line with dual access, where you can have local service and then access onto, more than one class one. And that's, for me, whenever I've been involved in those types of projects. And I think, I hope David would agree, that's really where you find your most suitable solutions and your most flexibility, is to have short line local service and then access to multiple class ones through that short line.
And my last question is for the three of you. Yesterday, we heard, we had for the class ones talk about growth and how they're prepared to grow and they want to grow and earn your business. So a response to them from that declaration, what would you say is the number one thing for each of you that needs to happen for your members to answer that call to grow? I mean, part of when I think about that, I think the complex nature of what happened in terms of the service issues of the last several years, it's sort of the Peanuts cartoon of Lucy having the football, and waiting for Charlie Brown to do it. And, over and over again, she pulls it, but now there's a point where, no, we really want you to grow. We really want to grow. So, what do you have to hear, or what are you looking for your membership and others to be convinced that, hey, this is worth investing in, this is worth, partnering in that growth?
I know a lot of conversation that we focus on headcount and cutbacks being around crews and, labor for operations, but that exists within the corporate offices too. And sometimes those conversations are difficult to get to also. I would be remiss to not say that, I mean, as a large shipper, I can't say that is specifically a problem that we face. We're blessed in that way to be large enough to get a lot of conversations. And so I'm speaking specifically on behalf, I think, of smaller shippers that have expressed concerns with the ability to have those conversations, that want to grow and, have trouble accessing the right people at the right time to get to that. So what I would say is, have the railroads gone too far in their focus in that area and their ability to support customers at that level? We've moved from a time where a lot of the sales team, I would say, is focused on customer service issues. That part seems to be slightly improved. And so maybe that will help, but it is still difficult for many shippers to have enough influence or enough access to the sales or marketing team to have those conversations for growth.
I'd say a couple things. One, competitiveness and reliability. We've talked about that. It has to be competitive, whether it's domestically or international, and reliable. Got to know that it's going to move when it needs to move, and we're not going to be sitting there. It's one friend from Class 1 mentioned to me a few months ago. He said, "Look, I get we can't be doing up and down on service. We've got to be consistent at some level, because if you've got somebody who spends several million to build a truck loadout facility, they're not coming back to us." And I think that the other thing I would say, I go back to the point I made, and I'm going to go back to the Mexico example. But I think part of it too is knowing that equal footing, even if there's going to maybe be higher value freight at different times, that if there's a commitment to move and the facilities have been built to move it. And I say that in that, and I'm going to maybe go a little over my skis here, but I think if you would ask some of my members, they would think some of the Mexico issues and the challenges we've had with both getting shuttles into Mexico and then getting shuttles back, where the turn time is about doubled, that you see much higher value, or was considered a higher priority perhaps from a national perspective, being shipped out, while other cars are being held there. And I think that's something that's going to be very important too, that if, if the commitments are made to move product and to build facilities, that those commitments are upheld, even if perhaps higher value product comes. And I work for a publicly traded company. I represent publicly traded and private and co-ops, but I do know if you're not reliable and you can't provide service and you're not competitive, you're not going to have growth. And so I would say those will be key priorities from our members looking forward.
It'll sound a little cliche, but I'll expand on both of them, but it's cost and service. Service from a standpoint, they've got to invest in better visibility. Monica mentioned it, but there are TMSs today, the transportation management systems, that if I come in this morning at 8 o'clock and I'm supposed to have a truck delivered today at 2 o'clock at my facility, I can get an alert that says that truck's still 500 miles away. It's not going to be here at 2 o'clock. Make a phone call, adjust your schedules, whatever you need to do to try to adjust to that by having that data. We don't get anything like that from the railroads, and the cars could show up 3 days early or 5 days late, and then we're stuck with trying to adjust our workforce to make sure we get things unloaded so that we don't get demurrage charges. So service is key. I do think reliable service, but visibility and access to understand where your cars and your product is important, and the technology's out there. Secondarily, I think cost. I think it's been mentioned, a number of times, but the railroads are pressured to lower operating ratios in the 50s versus other modes of transportation that are much higher. And that's driven by Wall Street. And I don't know that we're going to be able to change that, but there are inherent things that are with rail that are different than other modes of transportation that make them less desirable. Longer transit times, which force people to increase inventories, damage, loading and unloading times, and dunnage that takes more than trucks. So for them to be a viable option, they can't look at trucking as competition. They've got to be lower priced so that the shippers are incentivized to use them more.
All right. Well, thank you to this panel. I appreciate not only the testimony, but also the discussion in the Q&A followings. With that, you guys are excused, and we'll call the next panel. So I've got a request to speak a little closer. Can you guys hear me back there? Is that better? Okay. So our next panel, panel 8, consists of Emily Regis, President of Freight Rail Customer Alliance, the National Coal Transportation Association. Where's Robert? Robert Rosenberg, Slover and Loftus. I may have carved that up. If I did, I'm sorry. Also with the Freight Rail Customer Alliance and National Coal Transportation Association. We have Katie Mills, morning, from the National Mining Association. We have Rob Benedict from the American Fuel Petrochemical Manufacturers. Rob is Vice President of Petrochemical and Midwest Stream. We have Chris Bliley, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Growth Energy. And we have Cynthia Hines, who's OptiFuel Systems. All right. Going to give a second for Michelle to get back, or you call, sir? All right, we'll keep the train rolling. So welcome to this panel. And Emily, we'll start with you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Primus, Vice Chair Hedlund, and members Fuchs and Schultz. Thank you for holding this hearing and the opportunity to appear before you I am Emily Regas. I work as Fuel Services Manager for Arizona Electric Power Cooperative, or APCO, a rural electric generation and transmission cooperative in southeastern Arizona. My job involves dealing with both BNSF and UP, as well as a short line railroad on a near daily basis. I've been doing it for almost 25 years, during which much has changed. I wish I could say that all that change has been positive, but that is not the case, especially in recent years. I'm here today on behalf of two organizations, the Freight Rail Customer Alliance, or the FRCA, and the NCTA. FRCA is a National Association of Shippers and Shipper Associations seeking reliable rail service at competitive rates. NCTA is an association of electric utilities, coal producers, and a wide variety of commodity shippers and equipment manufacturers associated with coal supply and coal transportation chains. I'm honored to currently serve as president of both organizations and as a RETAX shipper representative. And I'm accompanied today by Robert Rosenberg of Slover and Loftus as counsel. FRCA and NCTA very much appreciate the board holding this hearing on growth in the freight rail industry, or lack thereof. The topic is important and timely. Our written comments presented significant data documenting how railroad traffic grew fairly dramatically in the first 20 years after the Staggers Act. That growth, much of it from coal, was good for the railroads, shippers, and the country. All that changed starting in the early 2000s. Freight car loads have fallen substantially since 2000. Intermodal has grown, but total freight ton miles are essentially identical to what they were in 2000, despite increases in some interim years and an overall increase in truck ton miles over that period. Rail has lost a lot of market share to trucking despite its inherent advantages. The question is, what caused this loss in volume? We believe, and the data shows, that railroad prices are the primary cause. From 1980 to 2000, railroad rates declined substantially, especially in real or inflation-adjusted terms, and after adjusting for changes in the traffic mix, according to the board's own analysis. Starting about 2004, railroad rates increased substantially, even after adjusting for inflation. The over-recovery relative to cost increases if one adjusts for inflation using the RCAF-A, which tracks changes in the railroad's actual cost of production instead of the GDP implicit price deflator used in the board's study. The rate increases have not been by accident. The railroads have been quite explicit about wanting to increase rates, especially with the adoption of precision scheduled railroading, or PSR. The railroads have said directly that they want to focus on raising rates, increasing their margins, and reducing their operating ratios at the expense of volumes. And that is what the data shows. It would be one thing if the railroads needed to raise rates in order to survive, but they don't, as the railroads have generally been revenue adequate for many years, approaching 20 by Wall Street standards. The rate increases might be more tolerable if they'd been matched by improvement in service, but they have not. At APCO, our recent cycle times are close to double what we experienced just a few years ago. To paraphrase some former STB chairs, the railroads are charging more for doing less. So let me now shift focus to coal. The substantial decrease in coal volumes is no secret. The reduction is largely due to increased environmental restrictions, heavily subsidized wind and solar, low natural gas prices. Those forces and their interaction are often variable, as is their impact on utilities' ability to burn coal. These days, coal is sometimes economic to burn and sometimes not. And I recognize that railroads do not control these forces, but neither do utilities. Despite the use of the best forecasting models in the industry, predictions of volume demand and the market often fall short of reality. Railroad efforts to require things like ratable monthly volumes just make it more difficult for utilities to schedule deliveries and burn coal. The decline in coal volumes is inevitable. The question is whether railroads have made it better or worse. And the answer is they have made it worse in several respects. First, they increased coal rates disproportionately, as shown in our written testimony. Second, they provided inadequate service. In particular, during 2021 through 2023, when natural gas prices spiked, there were tens of millions of tons of coal, 50 million tons in Wyoming in 2022 alone, according to the Wyoming Mining Association, that the railroads were unwilling or unable to deliver. The coal non-deliveries force utilities to burn natural gas at triple or quadruple the cost per million BTU. For example, a trainload of PRB coal might have a delivered cost of $500,000, but replacement gas might cost an additional $1 to $1.5 million or more. and those extra costs were likely passed along to ratepayers or absorbed by utilities and other generators. The situation changed in 23 and 24 when extremely low gas prices reduced demand for coal generation. Railroad service generally improved during this time, largely due to low volume for many other commodities, including coal. But this does not make up for the earlier delivery deficits. That's a net loss. Also, the level of railroad service is not now universally adequate. To track and document the level of coal service, NCTA surveys its members semi-annually and shares the results at the RETAC meetings. The most recent survey responses from the first half of 24 reveal that 43% of the 26 plants that responded experienced longer than normal or historic transit times. 78% reported delays from lack of crews, 78% reported delayed train pickups, and 43% reported lack of available locomotive power. When each unit train load of coal costs the customer $500,000, much of that goes to the carrier. The railroads should be going out of their way to provide power and crews and adequate service for their customers. At this point, there's no reason to expect the railroads to achieve sustained improvements on their own. Railroads cater to investors, not customers. But customer market pressures are not enough. For 20 years, the railroads have been raising rates and reducing volumes, creating periodic service meltdowns, and providing inconsistent service even during the relatively good times. Regulatory agencies such as the board exist to address market failures and market dysfunction, which has become the unfortunate norm in this industry. And there are two things that the board should do now to address these problems. The first is to flesh out and enforce the common carrier obligation. When railroads are unwilling or have made themselves unable to provide adequate service, meaningful damages and/or penalties should result. The concept that the railroads won't get paid for freight that they don't deliver is not enough to incentivize the railroads to meet customer needs. While much traffic moves under contract and not tariff, common carrier is still the general service standard, and it needs to be meaningful. The second is to flesh out and apply the revenue adequacy constraint. It should be clear that shippers have been unwilling to bring standalone rate cases to the board and that the other alternatives for relief are inadequate. The railroads already out-earn their cost of capital by a substantial amount, yet they continue to take rate increases that exceed their cost increases. The revenue adequate constraint exists and was adopted nearly 40 years ago to address that situation. It should be much simpler, faster, and cheaper to apply than the standalone cost test. So we want to make clear that we're not asking to return to pre-staggers. That type of change is ridiculous. We're asking for markets to have a semblance of balance and competition. In a competitive market, providers are not rewarded for repeatedly providing poor and inadequate service, failing to meet customer needs, and increasing their rates in excess of costs while reducing their volumes. Thank you very much, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Good morning. My name is Katie Mills, and I'm representing the National Mining Association. In my testimony today, we'll echo a lot of what you heard yesterday and today and from Emily. The National Mining Association is the only trade association that serves as the voice of U.S. mining and the hundreds of thousands of American workers it employs before Congress, the federal agencies, the judiciary, and the media, advocating for public policies that will help America fully and responsibly utilize its vast natural resources. The NMA's members conduct mining operations throughout the United States and rely on Class I rail carriers to transport mine materials, including coal. And while coal is an inexpensive, efficient energy and infrastructure resource right here at home, mining companies are facing enormous difficulties getting coal to the consumer. Rail continues to be the primary mode of transportation for coal across the United States, and coal produced in the Powder River Basin can be transported over 1,000 miles and as far away as Georgia, Oregon, and Texas. These operations run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year to meet the needs of consumers. However, just because the mines are running, it does not necessarily mean that coal is moving across the country. And so recognizing some of these logistical problems that our members were having, a few years ago, the NMA began issuing an anonymous quarterly rail survey to our members to assess the ebbs and flows of freight rail service and capacity across the nation. The most recent quarterly rail survey ending in July indicates that freight rail, at the moment, is steady. However, the mining industry has seen firsthand how this balance can quickly become unstable. Presently, there's been a slowing demand for thermal coal power generation, which has also helped alleviate pressure on rail service. However, it's important to remember that pullbacks in demand for coal, such as when natural gas prices are lower, are inherent factors in community markets generally and energy markets specifically. Such cycles come and go over the years, and dips will inevitably be followed by surges, whether as a result of severe weather, disruptions in competing fuel markets, or accelerating economic growth in electricity demand, or some other driver. Increasingly, this includes the impact of the global energy business to which the United States coal industry is also bound. Further, global coal consumption shows no signs of slowing, as developing nations seek to alleviate poverty and grow their economies, and as developed nations seek to find new sources of supply. Between 2020 and 2023, U.S. coal exports increased nearly 25%. And given years of underinvestment in coal supply, we fully expect such export opportunities to continue to grow. To capitalize on this export trend and to continue to meet the needs of our friends and allies overseas, U.S. coal producers will need the continued support of the freight rail industry. Importantly, the United States can play a role in addressing these global needs with some of the most outstanding safety, reclamation, and modern operating practices in the world. So I'll give a couple of anonymous examples from our members to illustrate some of the frustrations they've had. One particular coal producer has an international customer that's interested in their coal. However, the railroad that services them has been either unwilling or unable to move trains from the mine to the export terminal, while at the same time, this railroad will move trains for a domestic customer from that exact same mine. And so the inability to export to a potential new international customer is causing the company to reevaluate its business practices. The inconsistency in this example suggests a lack of capacity by this carrier. Another coal producer has lost nearly $40 million so far in contractual revenue this year due to diminished rail capacity. For the first half of just August, that producer lost nearly $3 million alone. The demand is there, and the customer wants the coal. The coal just cannot seem to get to the customer. It's critically important to realize that this revenue cannot be made up by the coal producer, and once it's gone, it's impossible to recoup. Given these issues, the NMA urges the railroads to proceed cautiously as they assess future shipper requirements and to prioritize readiness for the sudden upticks in demand that are inevitable in our business. We also urge the railroads to maintain the operating flexibility and spare capacity necessary to efficiently and effectively respond to current and future increases in export demands. It is our view that the railroads in the recent past have been too hasty in paring back service and redirecting resources during periods of temporary softness, and that has come at a significant cost to all shippers, not just the coal industry. Another vital component to freight rail growth is the sufficient staffing and stability in the freight rail workforce. In our view, there's a tremendous experience, talent, and institutional knowledge in place at U.S. rail carriers and shippers, like coal producers, and they rely heavily on that skilled workforce. In 2023, the railroads pledged to maintain relatively stable staffing levels. However, this commitment was seemingly short-lived as layoffs this spring were announced. These layoffs have resulted in cutting mechanical forces across key coal yard locations and further strained capacity to crew, power, and move train sets. Importantly, once terminated, railroad employees are highly unlikely to return to the industry and often move forward with a different career path. This reality makes it difficult for railroads to quickly restaff the necessary workforce as market conditions fluctuate. Staffing inadequacies are found at every level of rail operations, from train crews to rail yard locations, and at the corporate level in logistics for commodity groups. Members have found that the lack of corporate attention paid to service for shippers has made service delays lengthen, and shippers lose valuable customers if they cannot get coal delivered in time for domestic customers, and pay demurrage fees for exports as docked vessels await deliveries. To the extent possible, the NMA urges the railroads to continue to cultivate a high-performing workforce and a deep bench, and to avoid the kind of churn that can lead to an erosion in overall performance. The NMA and its members want to be part of the solution, and that's why we're here. We need to be able to move both thermal and metallurgical coal domestically and to our international business partners, who increasingly require it to keep the global economy healthy and functioning. And all this depends on a high-performing rail system with consistent and reliable service. And we welcome the NMA and its member companies stand at the ready to assist in any way possible. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity to testify before the board on this very important issue. Virtually every aspect of the U.S. economy depends on the freight rail network to provide reliable service so we can remain competitive in a global market. This includes the refining and petrochemical industries that the American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers represents. The GDP contributions of the petrochemical and refining industries total over $900 billion, and we support over 4 million jobs. And these industries are growing as well. In recent years, the U.S. and refining and petrochemical industries have invested on average between $9 and $12 billion per year to maintain, upgrade, and grow our operations. The economic contributions and planned growth associated with these industries are dependent on a healthy rail network. And annually in the U.S., we shipped over 2.3 million carloads of our members' feedstocks and products by rail. AFPM members are also increasingly looking to support rapidly growing segments of our business, such as renewable fuels and recycled plastics. But this growth isn't without its challenges, as approximately 75% of our members are captive to a single railroad. And being captive amplifies the negative impacts of poor service and limits growth opportunities and can ultimately result in higher costs for consumers. So you've heard a lot about precision scheduled railroading, and as that PSR has become ubiquitous, Class 1 railroads have seemed to abandon the balance between customer service and efficiency and are primarily being driven by lower operating ratios. Class 1s have slashed workforce, shuttered facilities, shelved equipment, and reduced service to the detriment of their customers. These are not pro-growth stimulating actions, and it should also come as no surprise that this has harmed rail shippers' ability to grow their own businesses. Our members have gone as far to making critical capital investment decisions based on where they can secure competitive rail service or alternatives. In this operating environment, it is hard to grow freight rail shipments when railroads effectively force AFPM members to make investments just to maintain existing service levels, not to grow. In a competitive market, to increase rail volumes and in turn grow, railroads would simply need to deliver better service and customer experience than their competitors. But the rail industry has reached an inflection point where rail customers will now look and are looking at other transportation alternatives or are even being forced to decrease output. And unfortunately for most rail shippers, including AFPM members, other modes are often not available or feasible to ship large volumes of products and feedstocks long distances. So I'm going to provide some following examples about some Class 1 actions that are stifling the growth in the rail industry. And you've heard a lot of these today already. Rail service challenges. Class 1 railroads present their customers with a take it or leave it scenario when it comes to service. Class 1s require rail shippers to agree to unreasonable and one-sided language in industrial track agreements before railroads will even provide service. Railroads often dictate service days and change those frequencies with little notice, and this lack of inconsistency interrupts operations at our facilities and makes it difficult to grow. Rail shippers have no real recourse for missed or delayed shipments, which is common, and AFPM members have suffered large financial losses due to poor railroad performance with no compensation from that carrier that caused the losses. While Class 1s have customer service management systems that flag service issues, AFPM members report that there are so many customer flagged issues, it's not really possible for railroads to respond to most requests, rendering these customer service calls as a non-value added entity or activity. Rail shippers seeking to expand rail volumes or add new lines of business must deal with Class 1's understaffed customer service and business development departments. Opportunities are frequently presented, but usually declined by the Class 1's operating departments. Even when they'd agree to these new service requirement or service options, the railroad's contractual demands are often give shippers pause from those new agreements. This complicates our members' abilities to grow and optimize their operations, let alone grow these operations. With regard to shipping rates and contracts, this take it or leave it mentality also applies. Given the onerous and lengthy process of challenging a tariff rate, railroads are at an advantage, and they know this. They strategically price private contracts to entice shippers to avoid the tariff rates, but then include various provisions in those contracts that are tremendously advantageous to the railroad. For example, we found that most railroads universally explicitly reject any type of performance terms or conditions in their contracts given their leverage. The only alternative for shippers is to choose that higher tariff rate and then begin a costly and lengthy process to challenge that rate with no assurances of success or reimbursement for the costs incurred. I mean, you heard on the last panel how the cost to actually bring the case would make them lose money. And AFPM has a case that's been, over 10 years. So we know how long that takes. So in competitive market, carriers would structure their annual increases over customer shipping rates to track closely with broader inflation rates, or at least in line with competing modes. This is not the case with rail transport. Class 1 railroad rates far outpace inflation and their modal competition, and rate hikes are also far more frequent compared to other modes. And such rate hikes give our shippers pause when considering growing rail volumes. AFPM members have also experienced railroads using their bargaining power in negotiations to include liability and indemnification provisions in private contracts. Such requirements effectively absolve railroads from any and all liability and require rail shippers to accept responsibility for actions beyond their control. Railroads, as part of these contracts, also are now requiring increases to the levels of insurance for certain hazardous material shipments, and we expect that to continue to be growing in the industry. The cost of this additional forced liability will also impact shippers and give them pause when considering to invest new business with the rail carrier. So to address these challenges, I would suggest two specific items. The board has the potential to directly encourage economic growth in the rail sector by using its authorities to promote rail competition in rail markets. Specifically, the board's decades-long pursuit in implementing reciprocal switching has the potential to increase competition and foster a pro-growth environment. But unfortunately, as many have said, the recently published rule stops short of this and represents a missed opportunity. The rule's exclusion of any traffic that is moved under contract rate actually prevents most rail customers from accessing the competitive service they need. This includes an overwhelming majority of AFPM members who move their materials under contract rates. AFPM strongly believes reciprocal switching should be available in any instance where there's a lack of competition. AFPM also believes applying reciprocal switching, or at least the service metrics associated with them, to contract rates is essential, given railroads' considerable market position, dominant position when negotiating private contracts. The board should use metrics as a ground of prescribing future reciprocal switching arrangements that become effective after the contract expires. We urge the board to advance additional proposals that would fully implement Congress's vision of reciprocal switching as a tool to promote competition, including efforts to clarify the board's authority when it comes to contract rates. Secondly, regulatory policies don't always keep up with the industry regulated. I used to work at the DOT, and I can attest to that. And major consolidation in Class 1 railroad carriers and rail car ownership and PSR implementation are all examples of how the industry has changed rapidly while regulations might not have kept pace. The common carrier obligation requires that rail carriers serve the wider shipping public interest on a reasonable request, and clearly defining this ambiguous principle has taken on greater importance as Class 1s have shifted away from providing adequate service to their customers. AFPM urges the board to undertake a review of the common carrier obligation and provide needed clarity on what a reasonable request for service is and what minimum service levels a railroad must provide. An assessment of the railroad's common carrier obligation and the associated regulations would include recommendations on necessary changes, including potential expanded authorities and improvements needed to drive growth in the freight rail industry. Given that reasonable service is critical for growth, we believe this is a logical approach. And lastly, AFPM members are hopeful to work with railroads and rebuild the relationship that has been negatively impacted in the wake of some of this PSR implementation. To this end, we call on the railroads to return to that customer-focused operating model that prioritizes a collaborative relationship where our industries work together and grow and put long-term shared business benefits ahead of individual short-term interest. Railroads and rail shippers have a vested interest in growing the U.S. freight rail industry and in turn the U.S. economy. And the board can and should implement pro-growth, pro-competition regulatory policies where needed that could benefit all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Wiley, we did not get a copy of your testimony.
Oh.
At some point,
I'd be
if you could. just make
happy to
sure-
rectify that, and certainly apologies to the
Okay.
board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, given rail's importance to the biofuels industry, American agriculture, and to our nation's fuel supply. We're very appreciative that you're holding this hearing to discuss the importance of growth in the freight rail industry. My name is Chris Bliley. I'm the Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Growth Energy, the nation's largest association of biofuel producers. Growth Energy represents nearly 60% of all U.S. ethanol production, including 98 biorefineries, 121 businesses in the ethanol supply chain, and tens of thousands of ethanol supporters around the country. Ethanol makes up over 10% of our nation's fuel supply, and we're poised to do much more. The expanded use of higher blends like E15, as well as new markets mentioned earlier, like sustainable aviation fuel. To deliver low-cost, low-carbon fuel to American drivers, our industry is dependent on timely and efficient rail service, with nearly 70% of our production moved by rail. In fact, ethanol represents one of the largest hazmat commodities shipped by rail, with an annual average of more than 400,000 carloads over the last 4 years and a fleet of more than 34,000 cars. Additionally, our industry ships more than 200,000 cars per year of DDGs, distillers dried grains, more than 10,000 cars of corn oil. Rail service is vital to move ethanol and related co-products from our biorefineries in the Midwest to American motorists across the country. In the past several years, with drivers facing high fuel prices and ethanol consistently trading less than gasoline, perhaps no other time has the need for timely and efficient rail service been more important. Unfortunately, just 2 years ago, our members saw the most disrupted and inconsistent rail service since the weather-related disruptions of the polar vortex in 2014. Data requested and posted by the board shows that in 2022, average dwell time for ethanol unit trains increased, average rail speed decreased, and average number of ethanol cars not moved increased. All negative trends that contributed to added costs and other negative consequences throughout the entire biofuel supply chain. We understand there are a variety of factors contribute to these disruptions and that some may be outside of railroad control. However, our industry simply cannot function effectively, efficiently, or reliably for our customers without reliable rail transportation. Aside from a few days of planned maintenance, our plants run 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for a commodity that is constant demand. Not showing up with ethanol to a fuel blending facility means that a blender or retailer cannot make finished fuel. As a result, that American consumers could pull up to the pump with no fuel. Our plants and marketers are forced to adjust and plan as best they can, but if one train takes nearly 2 weeks and the next takes 2 days, makes advanced planning and even real-time troubleshooting all but impossible. Unfortunately, there's little to no recourse for our members and other shippers if a railroad fails to meet its obligations. Rail rates have continued to increase and service continues to be inconsistent. Importantly, for today's hearing and looking ahead, growth opportunities for biofuels and American agriculture can also offer tremendous growth opportunities for freight rail. However, that's all dependent on timely, efficient, and cost-competitive rail service, being able to deliver significant increases in rail traffic. Taking E15, a 15% ethanol blend, just as an illustrative example, if we move nationally from our current E10 fuel to E15, we would use nearly 7 billion additional gallons of ethanol and nearly 2.5 billion additional bushels of corn, essentially a 50% increase in our feedstock and produced ethanol. Taking recent trends in carload data into consideration, we would need the ability to move an additional 200,000 carloads of ethanol beyond what our industry is shipping today. And that's a relatively small step for our industry. Thinking about even higher blends like E30, sustainable aviation fuel has been mentioned, the needs and potential for rail growth could be even more significant. But as we've repeatedly heard, efficiency and costs must be addressed. We appreciate the board's attention to these issues. We stand ready to work with the board, the rail industry, and other stakeholders to discuss further opportunities for growth across our collective industries. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I'll be sure to get written comments to you. Apologies.
Yes, they can,
And then I'll practice. Perfect. All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Cynthia Hines, a board member at OptiFuel Systems. OptiFuel Systems is a next generation supplier focused exclusively on zero emission locomotives and refueling solutions. Today, I'd like to spend a few minutes exploring the pivotal role that earlier stage companies like OptiFuel can play in this complex environment, and where perhaps these contributions can intersect synergistically with some of the goals you've all set forth today. From profits to the railroads, to resilience, to enhanced safety and U.S. job growth. U.S. economic vitality, competitiveness, and national security hinge on our locomotive technology. Our railroads are a masterpiece of logistics, strategy, and infrastructure, powered by technology engineered to last a lifetime. And so while the focus of this presentation today will be on strategies to leapfrog the constraints imposed by obsolete technologies, the reason we're discussing these constraints is not because the technologies were flawed, but because they've served us so well. Diesel locomotive technology was so good, our railroads ran on it for nearly 100 years. That's a high bar to beat. So the issue is simple. Without supplier innovation, our industry has become dangerously dependent on obsolete technology. So while Class 1 railroads have committed to improving profit margins, growth, and reaching zero emissions by 2050, they are currently limited somewhat into limiting measures, such as modernizations, a focus on the longer routes, and using a smaller number of diesel locomotives to pull longer trains, the very things that constrain both growth and service. U.S. rail is a 200-year-old industry with only 2 suppliers. And in normal times, that's fine, but these aren't normal times. In times that demand innovation, our railroads and railroad employees are left vulnerable and constrained. So while tenured suppliers excel at later stage strategies, innovation is not their strength. Since Tier 4 went into effect in 2015, locomotive purchases you can see have plummeted, and railroads are getting a lot of heat for this. But my question is this chart the sign of just the Class 1 railroads digging in their heels, or is it the sign of a dangerous shortage in viable supply? To regain market share from trucking and drive growth in intermodal traffic in some of these shorter routes, railroads need affordable, nimble locomotives that are highly efficient, durable for extended operation, and deliver dramatically lower emissions. I want to comment for a moment on a comment I heard yesterday from Jill Mulligan at BNSF. She said, gosh, yeah, but these CARB regulations, she said BNSF will have to pay $800 million per year into a fund for locomotive technology that doesn't exist. And these next few slides are for Jill and her team, right? To catalyze change with the Class 1 railroad, in our opinion, we needed to present an option so compelling that action becomes unthinkable. So imagine zero emission locomotives that not only match or exceed diesel performance, but also deploy seamlessly. What if they can improve uptime, boost profit margins, and fit within existing CapEx budgets and equipment replacement cycles with fuel at a price comparable to or lower than diesel? What if these same locomotives could also enhance safety, be maintained by railroad employees, and attract a next generation workforce? The question is, how do we get there? How do we ensure this energy transition in rail doesn't disrupt operations or compromise our supply chain's integrity? And most importantly, how do we make it not just greener, but better? When we talk about innovation in rail, the real benchmark is whether we can do it better, safer, more efficient, more nimble, more reliable, and more profitable. Can we match the ingenuity of our predecessors with solutions that blend cutting-edge equipment, practical collaboration, and optimal use of existing resources? Can we re-inspire the resiliency and economic vitality of the U.S. railroad network for the century ahead of us. But when every zero emission technology seems to come up high on price and short on performance, what do? And I think that moments like this offer a prime opportunity for innovators like OptiFuel and established industries to collaborate. Over the past decade, OptiFuel Systems has evolved from a visionary startup into the model for next generation clean tech suppliers, developing end-to-end solutions that include locomotives, assured fuel supply, infrastructure deployment, and fluid implementation plans. Today, OptiFuel is not only redefining what's possible with zero-emission locomotives, but also demonstrating the viability and profitability of a full energy transition in U.S. rail. Our predecessors created the world's most efficient freight rail network. And to protect this advantage, we must strategically align the entire supply chain. Aligned fuel production is the foundation. I couldn't have come after a better person talking about these fuels. U.S. locomotives require over 4 billion gallons of fuel per year. And looking back at history, we see U.S. crude oil production surge from the 1920s to the 1950s, just as our railroads were transitioning from steam to diesel. This was the foundation for a robust supply chain that powered not only railroads, but the wealth of our entire nation. So if anyone sees this energy transition as merely an environmental mandate, I hope to change that perspective today. This transition is the biggest opportunity of our lifetimes. We need tycoon thinking. Start with long-term, 100-year profit, 100-year strategy. Great business leaders know that before solving the problem, you look at the opportunity. We can build in flexibility for battery, overhead electric, and hydrogen, any energy source we want that may be viable in the future or may work now for lower horsepower applications. But if we overlook the 3 million miles of pressurized pipelines that already deliver CNG, compressed natural gas, along our railroad rights-of-way and to nearly every home and business in this country, our Class 1 railroads will miss the biggest profit opportunity U.S. rail has ever seen. But wait, I know what they're probably saying, but Cynthia, natural gas has emissions. But renewable natural gas, RNG, which is chemically equivalent to CNG, but produced from waste rather than fossil fuels, is emissions-free. RNG offers the highest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions among locomotive power options, and it leads in price, safety, and production volumes. By partnering strategically with OptiFuel on RNG projects and fuel station projects, U.S. railroads have the potential to unlock completely new and lucrative revenue streams, offset infrastructure costs, and secure a reliable fixed-cost fuel supply. But what about the technology? Can RNG-powered locomotives really go the distance? In digital trials, 2 OptiFuel RNG-powered line haul locomotives with a single tender car outperformed 2 diesel locomotives by a distance of nearly 1,000 miles, traveling an impressive 2,500 miles between fuel stops. But what about refueling? OptiFuel built its first prototype CNG RNG fuel station for the Indiana Harbor Belt Railroad in 2018. For Class 1 railroads, OptiFuel is now scaling up to larger stations, each capable of dispensing approximately 260,000 gallons of fuel per day. These fueling stations are led and managed by local railroad teams. Diesel locomotives, in terms of the transition, can be gradually phased out as new refueling infrastructure and RNG production sites are built in stages, aligning with the pace of new locomotive deployments. During the transition, diesel and RNG locomotives could operate seamlessly together within a single train consist. The Class 1 railroads want to talk about money and opportunity or savings. Transitioning to RNG-powered locomotives could save Class 1 railroads an estimated $3.8 billion a year in fuel cost alone. Now I'd like to speak for a moment about a comment I heard yesterday from Mr. Posner, I believe is who said it. He said, but gosh, new locomotive technology is nowhere near the readiness at the safety, security, and regulatory levels. First, OptiFuel Total Zero locomotives ensure compliance already with CARB zero emission regulations, producing 0 NOx and 0 PM emissions even if operated on fossil fuels. Today, OptiFuel is already advancing FRA concurrence for its second and third generation fuel storage systems, along with EPA certification for its third generation power system. Next year, OptiFuel will begin line haul demonstration and concurrence testing at the FRA's Technology Transportation Center in Pueblo, Colorado. 1 million mile testing will begin in 2026. OptiFuel Total Zero locomotives feature a modular design that introduces new efficiencies for railroads, like 95% operating uptime and on-track engine replacement in about an hour. New technology leads to U.S. job growth, workforce development, and safer operations. Modularity also allows for efficient trials, customization, and flexibility to future-proof operations. This adaptability reduces risk and encourages railroads like Sierra Northern that we heard yesterday to explore these new technologies, providing them with the ability to test and swap power systems as needed. Designed for exceptional efficiency and 24/7 performance, OptiFuel locomotives empower railroads to boost profitability, meet regulatory standards, and lead in customer service and environmental stewardship. We've done the heavy lifting to make a transition that seemed so distant right within reach. These gains cannot be realized without the active participation of our Class 1 railroads. Your involvement is essential for testing, refining, and advancing the next leg of the journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me start with Emily and actually Ms. Regis and Ms. Mills. Actually, with all of you, in terms of growth, because it's clear that within the industries here, all of you and your companies that you're representing see growth on the horizon. No one is saying that there's no growth. So obviously there is business out there for the railroads to acquire. I am concerned from the mining side of it, and we've talked about it in the past, but also your customer, your one company losing $40 million in sales. That is concerning to me, and it's something that I think we'd like to follow up or at least talk to you more about moving forward. We've, of course, dealt with an issue like that, especially exporting coal in Intech. While we don't, that was something that was unique and we didn't want to, we shouldn't have had to consider. We did. I mean, the result was, the carrier picked up and actually moved more than they said they were going to move. So there was a success story in that. But that just underscores the fact that there is growth and there is potential and there is business out there. So I want to ask everyone if you would talk about, I mean, for me, the problem with growth is the history of service and what it has done to your growth. Ms. Mills and Ms. Regis, you guys have already talked about how loss of business affects you. Mr. Benedict, Mr. Bliley, can you guys talk a little bit about how that service has hindered your growth and what that has cost? You think that, in terms of cost, the American consumer or the economy in terms of that loss of production, that loss of sales or growth. We heard about $40 million loss there. Is there any example like that you can share?
I would say that we had I can't give you an exact number, but I can give you an example. We had a member looking to expand on their facility at an additional operation. And after multiple months of working with the railroad, they decided to abandon it and look for a different facility that had dual access to be able to do that. And I think if you think about the time that was spent probably on their end, developing the plans, working with the railroads, ultimately to abandon it and have to do it all over again at a different location, I imagine that was a lot. I'd also know, while it's not specific to, a facility per se, transportation costs is anywhere from 10 to 15%. It varies for movement of our materials. So when we are choosing rail shipment and we see the rates going up, that obviously is going to continue to impact the cost of a gallon of gas, things like that.
Before you answer, Mr. Belida, you talked about, you're looking at 200,000 more carloads and that. I mean, are you confident that your growth can be met by the growth of the railroads?
I mean, I think pretty consistent across all the panels. We are, concerned about consistency of service and cost, cost competitive is certainly an issue for, our members. We have some members who may be close to, if you're a Western ethanol plant, you might be able to truck into Denver. Or if you're an Eastern plant, you might be able to truck into Detroit. But by and large, if you're a plant in Western Iowa or Western Nebraska, you have to have rail to get it to the coasts, right? And so, as I said, about 70% of our product is shipped by rail. You asked for a number example. I don't know if I can quite quantify it all, but just as an example, one day, given the inconsistency, if we lost service for a day in a month, and you did it by adding cars, tank cars, hoppers, you'd have to add 1,200 tank cars, 550 hoppers, $170,000 per car. You're talking about $180 million. Again, that's, multiplying it out. But, I think the consistent theme here is there's a lot of growth opportunity out there for us, particularly with low carbon fuel markets on the West Coast. We've had federal clean fuel incentives. And certainly those are policies outside of this board, but it all, really hinges on efficient delivery of our product. And that's something that we are, very much focused on.
Thank you. Mr. Rosenberg, I want to think about your representation of the coal industry writ large, understanding that you file often on behalf of Western Coal Traffic League. Every year, the board publishes a cost of capital estimate, and just about every year you file criticisms of the cost of capital estimate. So I'd like, some of the criticisms are technical as they should be. Could you briefly summarize in lay terms what your issues are with the cost of capital? And more importantly, can you connect it to why it matters? Why and does it have an effect on growth for coal shippers and others?
Okay, sure. Of course, guilty as charged, but basically the board's methodology deviates from the standard method in business schools and in Wall Street, even with the railroads themselves. For example, CSX's most recent annual report used a long-term cost of capital rate of 8%, which is close to what we've been recommending for more than a decade. And it's also in line, for example, what was used for the investment banks that gave the fairness opinions for the CPKC merger, including Canadian National. We're able to get to those numbers very easily using the CAPM and this is getting very technical for anyone who's not deviant in this area. But with a current market risk, current market risk premium and T-bill rates and betas, you get those are that's sort of numbers they use. That's what we sort of got here. And in terms of why it matters, it of course affects. It affects the variable cost, the ERC, since return on investment is I think the single largest component. So if you correct that, you lower the jurisdictional threshold. Lots of folks that currently aren't able, because of the jurisdictional threshold, consider bringing a rate case or getting other relief would become eligible. It would also lower SAC results. It is or could be or should be a primary input into revenue adequacy. And I think revenue adequacy and the league has taken this position, and, you know, has potential to address what I think is the primary problem. And that's the railroads continuing to take rate increases that exceed their cost increases. And that's part of the data that we submitted here showing about a 20-year trend of that. And that's why, if I can relate, it becomes the best of times and worst of times. It's great for the railroads. They're taking price increases in excess of cost inflation. It helps their margins, et cetera. And it's why shippers are facing high rates, and it's a cumulative thing. And a revenue adequacy rate case need not be nearly as complicated or as demanding as the standalone cost case. So it's got potential to give folks results and steer things back to a more appropriate balance.
Thank you. And my intent with the next question is not to just continually bring up criticisms of the board. But Rob, you talked about the length of cases, and I think I speak for everybody on this side of the dais that is a great sensitivity to us, and we work really hard to avoid that. And for shippers, of course, it is most acutely felt on the complaint side, and it affects carriers too when they have transactions and they're planning capital investment decisions. And as was discussed yesterday, the board is sort of on the front lines, trying to rationalize the environmental review process, or at least defend a rational environmental review process. Could you speak to thinking about the RTP and our congressional directive for fair and expeditious handling of cases? Can you speak to what timely resolution of proceedings means for the shipper's consideration of the accessibility of the board, and in general, how you all view timeliness as it relates to our authorities?
Yeah, so guilty as charged, I guess, as well. I will say I do appreciate it. I've worked in a regulatory agency. I know everything that you are all going through and how complicated it is. So I don't want to take it as a slight to the hard work that STB is doing. As far as timeliness, I think I would point back to our comments on the four. We proposed a couple different alternatives as far as what timeliness looks like. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was about 4 years at that time. We thought that was not fast enough. So I think that's where we would land. But ultimately, I think the concern about bringing the case is not only about the timeliness, but as that ticker keeps on going, those dollars keep on going, as that behavior keeps on happening, what if we don't win? Excuse me. If we lose, we've spent a decade fighting a case, and expensive on our end as well, for no chance. So that's, I think, the kind of tolling of the damages is what's the concern of our members, that we continue to have to experience that while we're waiting.
I'm a resident of a coal-producing state, the state of Colorado, which used to produce a lot more coal than it does today. I've actually been down in the mines at Oak Creek, which is an amazing experience, nothing like the mines at the Museum of Science and Industry I used to go to as a child in Chicago. And then last month I was driving back from Santa Fe, and I came up through Raton and drove through the former met coal region in that area of Colorado. Let me ask about met coal. I don't know a lot about it. Katie, could you tell what percentage of coal produced in the United States today is met coal, and how much of that is exported as opposed to being used domestically? And is that domestic use still in the steel industry?
I know that we just ran those numbers here recently. I don't have them in front of me, but I would be more than happy to get those to you after this.
That's fine.
I apologize.
That's fine. I want to understand some of these synergies. The country as a whole is now very much focused on rebuilding our automobile industry. Mr. Hendricks has joined us. And as well as our steel industry, which is on the front page as we speak. And so I just would like to get more understanding of the synergies between coal and steel and automobile production. I know 75% of our steel is from scrap steel today. And the other production of steel relies heavily on coke. And one of the major producers of coke we learned at one of our industry meetings last year was coming from Mariupol in Ukraine. So, because we don't have blast furnaces in the United States that produce that kind of coke. So this is just a, if you could get some more information on those aspects of the coal industry, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
So this question is directed to Mr. Benedict, but anyone else that would like to follow up, you're welcome to. And Rob, I'm choosing you because this issue was actually raised to me by some of your members. What role does communication play in terms of meeting the needs of your members? And what ways could the carriers actually improve communication for your members?
Yeah, I think it's been incredibly important, and you heard some of the panelists earlier today talk about, solutions between the private parties, and obviously I think our members, that's the first thing we want to do. So you also heard about customer service departments and sales staff being cut as well, and I think that's the major issue. It seems much less like a collaborative win-win for both situation than it has been in the past, if you can get someone on the phone. And I think the important thing, our operations, you can't just dial up and dial down a refinery.
Charge complete.
We also have, staffing issues where, we're timed out and staff have to leave and new crew has to come in. So I think, we're not looking for the Domino's pizza. That would be great if we could, but we're not going to know within, 5 minutes if something's going to come there. But communicating that out, that shift is going to miss by X amount of hours can help us. I think that's a big thing. And I think as far as the growth part of it, I mentioned in my written testimony, the kind of business development program, I think there could be improvements there, and happy to kind of follow up on what some members think about that. So.
Anyone else or?
I mean, I would I would largely agree with what Rob said. I mean, I think one of the issues similar to refineries is we're limited on storage. And so, we have to adjust production rates. And so, the more transparent communication, you can adjust, how you're receiving and those types of things. But again, you can't flip it on and off like a switch. So I think the more transparent you can be and the more communication is certainly a better thing.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Emily. Sorry.
I can just weigh in a little bit here. Some of the carriers do an excellent job of communications, and some tend to be moving towards more of like a online chat box platform. Submit your question request. You get a limited selection. Maybe it's misunderstood. I think a lot of the shippers, maybe of the generation that we're in, that maybe expect more face-to-face kind of communication, or just verbal over the phone is just easier. That's what they're used to, maybe traditionally. And some of these systems and programs maybe working better than they used to, getting more testing and so forth. But I think it's important for both parties to try to communicate, and when there's less opportunity to do so through this platform, I think that's a detriment.
I would just add that it kind of runs the gambit. Communication does. Sometimes someone will answer the phone, sometimes they won't. Sometimes there is an online forum. And then we've had producers who have a great relationship with their Class 1 carrier and the coal desk, and they have daily calls at 9 o'clock or every other day. And so it really just runs the gambit. And I can't say one way or another. That's all I'll say.
Thank you.
I just want to end the same way we ended the last panel. If again, we've had the railroads here. We have two today that are going to talk about their growth strategies. All of you have said that there is room to grow within your industries, and there's desire to grow in the industries on rail. So my question to you right now would be, what's the message that we give to rail from your groups? What is I would say the overarching issue that has to be resolved, that should be resolved, that ought to be resolved for rail to understand and to receive the growth that you guys anticipate?
I can start with that. I would just maybe remind the industry, particularly coal shippers and producers, we own most of our equipment. We've installed the infrastructure. We've taken on the maintenance of all of that unloading, loading of rail cars. We make this available to the railroads at no cost. It's wide open for them. If there's a surge in demand or a request for demand, they just need to bring the power and the people. Everything else is pretty much in place to grow, and the producers can ramp up. And if there was more, ability for the railroads to respond to that type of request, I think you might see some more efficiencies as far as export traffic, maybe even in the domestic market as well.
I'll narrow it down to three things: increase staffing, increase capacity, and increase competition.
I like those three. So I'll say those as well. But I think also, I mentioned communication. I think there's abilities there to build those relationships. And I think that, a good hard look is, have we squeezed all the juice out of the PSR lemon, and are we chasing operating ratios that are giving diminishing returns? I think that's a question. We'd rather grow business by, growing traffic as opposed to getting worse service.
Sorry. I would echo all the previous, but really, consistency and reliability. I mean, again, 70% of our product is shipped by rail. We need rail. We have a lot of opportunities for growth, but it's got to be consistent. It's got to be reliable.
And I'll add just education on existing trends. It sounds like yesterday, listening to some of the railroads, there is a trend in their business picking up from some of the very sustainable fuels that we heard trends on today. And I think those same types of trends also exist within technologies, existing technologies, whether they're ours or anyone else's. It sounds like there's a lot of really great resources out there, education, and then collaborative meetings like this could really support.
I would view it a little bit differently. For the shippers and the producers, growth is defined in terms of volume. For the railroads and particularly the investor pressures they face, growth matters in terms of profits and operating margins, and that creates the tension. And if investor pressures don't change, the railroads have no reason to change.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I would just close by saying, I think I would probably say that everyone here has a publicly traded company that they represent. So they all have Wall Street pressures too. The opportunity, though, is how they both balance each other out. Again, you guys have to meet your board and your shareholders' requests in terms of what they need. They do too, but there's an imbalance there, as you're saying, in terms of where they looked for profit. I think, we've got to change the math there, as we said yesterday, where the pressure has to come from Wall Street about growth and about sustained growth, which will ultimately turn into that profit. So I want to thank everyone again for this panel. Again, a very informative panel. I appreciate your comments and your willingness to come before us. We are actually still on time, so we're going to take a 10-minute break for everyone to stretch their legs and do what they have to do. When we come back, we'll hear the next panel. All right, there we go. All righty. And we are back. Panel number 9. This morning will feature representatives from Norfolk Southern and CSX. Representing Norfolk Southern this morning is Mr. Ed Elkins, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer. Good morning. And representing CSX Transportation is the President and CEO, Mr. Joe Heinrich. Good morning. And Kevin Boone, the Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer. We are very happy to have the 3 of you here this morning. I will say, especially for Mr. Heinrich, thank you for taking the time. You are the only CEO to make it through, and I do appreciate you doing so. I know the others had time constraints and other issues to do so, but I do want to make a note of saying thank you for doing so. We're going to change the order a little bit. We're going to give Mr. Elkins first crack at this. You have a presentation, PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's get that up on the screen, and then the floor can be yours.
I think that's where it needed to be. That's it out. There we go. All right, well, good morning. I do have a prepared statement, but before I use that prepared statement, I just want to say thank you to the board personally. It's always a pleasure to come here, and done this a few times, and it's great to see everyone. I appreciate your attention and your mission, frankly. My name is Ed Elkins. I'm Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer of Norfolk Southern. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony to the Surface Transportation Board regarding the critical topic of growth in the freight rail industry. And before I start, on behalf of the entire Norfolk Southern team, thank you for all your leadership and your collaboration over the years. I appreciate your willingness to engage and support the best outcomes for Norfolk Southern and for our industry. And as you know, Norfolk Southern submitted written testimony last month. Since then, we have had leadership changes. So before I go any further, I want to address the question that I'm sure is at the front of your minds, as well as the minds of the people in this room. And that is the number one question I've heard from our customers over the past few days, and that is, are we committed to our previously announced strategy? And I want to be clear that the NS strategy is a company strategy developed by the entire leadership team, not one individual. And as such, the core tenets of our strategy remain unchanged: service, productivity, and growth, with safety at the foundation. I was personally part of the leadership team that developed our approach, and I personally believe in it as strongly now as I did then. And I know our customers and other stakeholders believe in it as well. Mark, I, and our entire leadership team are committed to moving Southern forward with urgency to deliver enhanced value for our employees, for our customers, for our shareholders, and for the communities in which we operate. And now I want to address the critical topic of today's hearing, which is growth in the rail freight sector. Despite compelling and ongoing advantages in safety, cost, capacity, and sustainability, rail has consistently lost share to highway trucks for decades. Understanding why this trend has persisted is fundamental to solving how our industry can reverse this trend. You've already heard from several experts on this topic. Everyone agrees there's a huge opportunity for the rail industry. The question is how to unlock that potential. And as you know, we've adopted a unique strategy in the business to address this issue. Very simply put, we're focused on building a railroad that consistently delivers service that you can count on, delivered by people that you can trust. Our focus is to build reliable service that customers can count on every single day, service which builds additional capacity for growth, service which allows us to control our costs. Building trust is at the heart of this strategy, And we've been grateful for and encouraged by the support of our employees, our customers, and other stakeholders who believe in this same approach. We're now moving freight more efficiently, converting freight that has shifted over the road back to Norfolk Southern, and we're aggressively targeting new business every day. Together with our customers, we are building the supply chain of the future. Those supply chains are safer than the existing ones, saving lives across the regions that we serve. Supply chains that are more efficient, saving hundreds of millions of dollars in logistical costs, reducing the burden on America's highways, and making American industry more globally competitive. Supply chains that are far less carbon intensive, that help America lead the world in sustainable economic growth. So here's how we're making progress. Our strategy is designed to leverage our network's natural advantages. We link the major population centers of the Eastern and Midwestern U.S. with the rest of the world. We operate a constellation of intermodal, automotive, and bulk transfer facilities that connect global supply chains with U.S. consumers and manufacturers daily. Our network also includes more short-line partnerships than any other railroad in North America. Our network is perfectly situated to accelerate growth, but only if our customers can trust our service. One of the critical proof points is how well we handle disruptions and how well we recover from those disruptions. And I'm proud of our performance this year in the face of several uncontrollable challenges. In our experience, by focusing on continuous improvements in the efficiency of our operation, we unlock capacity and build reliability that allows our customers to count on Norfolk Southern being there for them. And that's how we're going to recapture share from the highway and pursue growth. Safety, service, productivity, and growth go hand in hand. Let me show you some data that frankly encourages me that we're on the right track. We're more efficient. We're turning assets more quickly. We're creating additional capacity for growth while buttressing network resiliency for our customers. The network is running stronger than it has in years. Let me be clear, we're not perfect and we're not finished by a long shot, but we are encouraged by these results that we're doing the right thing for our customers and for our shareholders. Volumes are also trending up. Norfolk Southern helped lead the industry in volume in the second quarter of 2024 in terms of growth, with intermodal volumes increasing by 8% and overall volumes reaching a post-pandemic high. This trend has continued throughout the summer, with volumes continuing to hit post-pandemic records. We're gratified and encouraged that our customers are able to count on our service. Now, building the supply chain of the future requires direct investments to increase capacity and enhance fluidity. In 2024, we made a number of critical long-term investments, including the purchase of the Cincinnati Southern Railway, which is shown in red, and infrastructure upgrades along what we call the 3B line in Alabama, shown in yellow. And these investments will pay dividends for decades to come. Building the supply chain of the future with our customers is not just about investing in our physical infrastructure. Technology investments are crucial for making it easier for customers to do business with us. On the safety front, we're using technology to augment the work of our railroaders and enhance our coordination with local communities that we serve. I would highlight rapid SOS technology. We're leading the industry by being the first railroad to apply this critical technology to assist first responders across our network, as well as installation of digital train inspection portals and autonomous track inspection. We're giving our customers greater shipment visibility to drive their business more efficiently with platforms that we're investing in, such as Rail Pulse, which is a joint venture where NS has taken a leading role to accelerate the use of GPS and telematics on rail cars, as well as Modal View, Access NS, which has a new virtual assistant, Express NS Plus, and our new reservation system that we call TRIPS. And we're always looking for innovative technologies to improve performance and productivity. We're now using mobile train reporting, yard planner, remote field operations, and movement planner. Ultimately, all of these investments are intended to help deliver the service that our customers can count on. For most customers, the key proof point is defined by their experience in the first and final mile of their shipment's journey. And as the board knows, we took a unique approach by standing up the industry's only first and final mile business group tasked with accelerating business development and problem solving at the local level and with expanding our reach to markets beyond the NS railhead. One key area of focus for this group is our short line partnerships. Our network connects more short lines than any other Class 1, and I view this as a key source of growth potential for the future. Just to be clear, our short line partners are smart operators, they're innovative problem solvers, and they possess an entrepreneurial drive that is critical for growth. Let me share what we're doing here. Our recently launched short line performance project is producing tangible results by improving interchange consistency, communication, and reliability with our partners in the short line industry. As we had hoped, this innovative program is leading to carload growth with a 5.2% increase in short line interchange volume since we rolled out the program to a broader group of partners on March 1st. We're encouraged by these results. Let me wrap up by saying our strategy is delivering results. We're delivering tangible benefits for our customers by producing a compelling service product. And we're encouraged by the results we're seeing and the feedback that we're getting from our customers. Our strategy is a balanced approach to service, to productivity, and to growth, with safety at the foundation. All 20,000 Norfolk Southern team members are focused on producing service that you can count on, delivered by people that you can trust. We're committed to doing the work required to build the supply chains of the future with our customers and propelling growth in the freight rail industry. Thanks again for your time. It's great to see you, and I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Elkins.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ed. And thank you to each member of the board for the opportunity to be here. Both Kevin and I are excited about this topic. We actually submitted testimony, and hopefully all of you got a chance to see it. I'm on. Nope.
Charge complete.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity. No problem. It's all right. Okay. So just let me reiterate what I said earlier, which is that both Kevin and I are excited to be here and about this topic. We actually submitted testimony. Hopefully you got a chance to read it, but in order to give respect to you and also the time we have together, we're not going to read it because I'm sure you've read it. And what we're going to do is hopefully facilitate more time for dialogue and the discussion around this important topic. I will say a couple things here in the initial minutes, and I'll ask Kevin to say a few things, and then we'll open it up to be part of the conversation. All of you know that I had the advantage of being a customer of the railroads for over 30 years, which brings a unique perspective into this role. Actually, next week will be my second year anniversary at CSX. Time does fly. And when I got this opportunity and chose to come out of retirement to do it, as you all know, we came forward with a thesis that the railroads need to change, and CSX has to be a part of that change. And that change has to be driven by the need to provide better, more reliable, dependable service. And that's been the foundation as to why customers have moved away. I use the term customer, not shipper, intentionally. I have for 2 years because I was a customer. I was not a shipper. And customer has a different relationship. Shipper sounds like a transaction. Customer is a relationship. And so we use that term importantly at CSX to try and change the mindset of this 197-year-old business. Importantly, though, our belief has been all along that you cannot deliver the kind of service, reliability, dependability, repeatability that customers deserve and want without your employees being part of that solution. And I was surprised when I came in this industry to see the animosity and the hostility in the relationship that existed between management and employees, especially in the field. And so we've worked really hard as part of One CSX to try and change that dynamic. I wear the shirt every day to be part of the team, that we have pride in how we treat people. And so our One CSX initiative is all around making sure employees feel valued, appreciated, respected, included, and listened to. All those words are important. Why is that important to this conversation? Because without more and better service to our customers, we're not going to see growth in this industry because we've given customers reasons to move. I know I did it for 20 years. I was a plant manager at many plants in both GM and Ford. I also ran manufacturing. I ran logistics and transportation at Ford. And for decades, we got rid of rail docks. We put in truck docks, and we no longer in the auto industry ship engines, transmissions, frames, sheet metal by rail. It all goes by truck. Part of that's inventory reduction and working capital reduction and just in time, but a good portion of that couldn't depend on rail. Even though it was lower cost, better for the environment, we know all the reasons. So our thesis, again, is all around, we have to provide better service to our customers. We do that through a better relationship, a better environment for our employees, which also helps us recruit and attract and retain employees, which is really critical to have the capacity. We are the only railroad that has grown its employment levels since 2019, pre-pandemic, in order to provide those levels of service and also in order to have the capacity necessary. We led the industry in the U.S. in growth in merchandise volume last year, and we're having merchandise volume growth this year as well in markets that are down. And that's a testament to the service. The last thing I'll say, I can show you all kinds of numbers. You guys get more numbers than anybody I've ever seen. And I see the R1 reports and stuff, and I'm still trying to figure out all that data. But what I look for is what's our net promoter score of our employees? Is it getting better? And what are our customers telling us? And I'm proud to say in each of the last 3 Journal of Commerce surveys with intermodal customers, we are ranked #1. Last year, Loop Capital put CSX at the top of operating performance in the industry. And this year, Stevens Group surveyed customers. We were #1 across all the network. That, to me, is what we need to do to grow the business. Service leads to growth, and that's what our foundation is, and that's what our theory is. And you can't get service without your employees being engaged and being part of the solution. And that's why we spent so much time talking about that topic and why we've led the industry in paid sick leave deals and new operating agreements this year, tentative agreements on the national contract, and all the 30,000 plus employees who've attended family days over the last 18 months. These are the kind of things the industry needs to do to get better at service so that we can grow. Because customers have options, and they've chosen with their pocketbook and their decision-making to choose other options. I'm going to let Kevin talk a little bit about what we're doing to facilitate that growth, and then we'll open up for conversation. Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you, Joe. Good morning, maybe almost afternoon here. I really appreciate the opportunity today to talk about all the great work we're doing. We're focused, obviously with our customers and partnering to grow together. Service, as Joe mentioned, is foundational to our growth story. And as Joe mentioned, a more engaged and collaborative workforce will deliver an improved service product to our customers. Our people, especially those in the field, are key to driving reliable and efficient customer service. Our focus on service also includes people and technology investments that we are making in our customer solutions groups today, which prioritizes a proactive approach to customer engagement. We are looking for ways to measure those things that are important to our customers, and it can vary industry to industry. Working to create more alignment with customers on goals and measuring the things that matter. Creating transparency around data that can strengthen the partnership and how we work together. Creating one source of truth. We have a diverse portfolio that touches nearly every industry in some way. To achieve our growth objectives, we have to be successful across many different initiatives. There really isn't one silver bullet. As we think about strategy to grow, it is focused on a few key areas. First is growth with our existing customers, utilizing technology and partnering to identify new opportunities to expand CSX's wallet share. Second is industrial development. There is no greater vote of confidence than the customer making the decision to select CSX, the CSX network. These are tens, if not hundreds, of billions of dollars of investments that can last for decades. The great news is we are seeing tremendous success with over 500 new projects in our development pipeline today. Customers are choosing CSX with our project pipeline at levels we have never seen. We're also targeting new markets, leveraging our value proposition that includes environmental benefits through emission savings, but also helping communities by taking trucks off the highway. Our strategy includes targeting emerging industries, including renewable fuels and battery production, to ensure their supply chains are benefiting from the access to CSX rail. And finally, we're focused on expanding the reach of rail. This is focused on making investments that can reach customers that do not connect to the CSX network today. There are many examples, from combining truck and rail, highlighted by our TransFlow and ISO tank initiatives, extending the CSX network through new connections that allow customers to reach new markets, network improvement projects that deliver new and more efficient service to customers, and finally, working with our short line and other partners to target growth. Our growth strategy really is a team effort across dozens of initiatives, and we are excited about all the opportunities ahead of us. Let me turn it back over to you, Joe.
All right, thanks. Well, we're here to serve, so let's have a conversation. Thanks.
I don't know if we have any jobs here available for you, but you're welcome to it. Hey, I want to thank again both railroads, because I think when it comes to making the hard decision to shift away from where we were going, i.e., sort of the PSR type model of chasing that OR. I think having a good OR is important. I think suboptimal, as I said before in my opening statement, it's not, and I think we were chasing that suboptimal. I think it takes courage to do so, especially considering pressures from Wall Street, and I'm going to ask questions on that. But I think we've heard the last day and a half that there is a desire amongst shippers and a bunch of customers. They want to grow. They are primed to grow. We just had a panel here that talked about the desire to grow, and they have it in their forecast too. And so it's not a matter of going out and trying to find business. Business is there. It's about making sure that the partnerships that you talked about actually exist. And I think even I heard that from the customers and the shipping groups before, that they want to know that the railroads are going to be there when they need them. They're going to be there when service picks up. They're going to be there when there are challenges and someone to talk to, someone to communicate with. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of that fact that we haven't been doing that, but also moving towards that. I think growth, honestly, can be an easy thing, but I think it's a trust issue in my book. And we have done a poor job from the railroad perspective of building up trust with our partners, with our shippers, with our customers, to allow them to think that the railroads will be there when that growth, when that economic uptick happens. As someone else again said, we were in this roller coaster for so many years that, okay, yes, we laid off people on a bad time, but when everything went up, we didn't have the people to serve them. And so service then degraded. By the time it got up there, we'd already hit our peak and we're on our way back down again. And so there has to be a meeting and a willingness to partner and say, okay, we'll be with you during the low times. We're going to be with you when you climb. We're going to be with you at the top. And the whole idea of that growth. And I think it's something that Elkins, you said, not perfect. I don't think anybody in the industry is looking for perfection at all. I think what most people and what we're looking for as a board, I believe, again, is consistency, is resiliency, and an ability, honestly, to be transparent, not only with us, but with the customer and with your partners. So they're not running to us and saying, we don't understand what's going on. We didn't hear, they never told us that they were switching before our dates. They never told us that they were, these things were happening that are going to affect our company, our industry. And I think that's the big issue. But I want to ask you, I want to ask you a couple questions. And one is, both of your railroads have been under pressure in different respects at different times from Wall Street, in terms of demanding, in terms of short-term gain, in terms of, again, lower OR and return. I had these conversations with the analysts yesterday in particular, because I believe that Wall Street also needs to be part of the solution. in terms of not understanding that they acknowledge that pricing, pricing power, that whole thing is going to end. You know, the law of diminishing returns will eventually kick in. And so they're going to have to turn to growth. My thing is, well, why hasn't Wall Street recognized that and start pushing that as well? And I want to get your opinion on, you know, I know you guys have to answer to your shareholders. I know that there's an issue there. What's it going, and I've said this yesterday, it shouldn't be up to us to regulate that movement. It should be up to Wall Street and others to understand that there is a gain in long-term outlook, long-term growth, long-term viability. You know, what do we need to do to sort of influence that? So I'll throw it to you, and then Joe, if you want to answer that.
Well, I would start with this. You know, you saw the slide I put up that showed some of the significant capital investment that we made recently. We're competing for capital in the marketplace from investors who can put their dollars, you know, where they wish to put them. So we take that very seriously. You know, our investment capability is really dependent on how good we are, how well we compete for those capital dollars. So it's a reality, and we acknowledge that. You know, the operating ratio is a ratio. There's a cost component to it, and there's a revenue piece to it. And we are very focused on making sure that we're controlling our costs in the right way and doing the right things for our employees and for the communities that we serve. But we're intensely focused on how we can grow the operating revenue as well, because it is an unexplored territory, so to speak, an undiscovered country in terms of real growth conversion, primarily from the highway to the railroads. And I say the railroads writ large because that's what it is. It's an industry phenomenon. We are focused on that, and we believe, like you said at the very beginning, it's a people business, it's a trust business, whether I'm talking to you or whether I'm talking to a customer or I'm talking to another employee. Everyone has to believe that we're producing service that they can count on every single day. If they can't count on us, then they will work to get us out of their supply chains, and I don't blame them. And they have to believe that the people producing it are people that they can trust. We don't have millions of people willing to pay for our services, or millions of entities willing to pay for our services. It's a fairly small group of industrial customers in the U.S. that occupy the space where railroads can very successfully compete and grow their business. And it really requires relationships, and a relationship that goes beyond transaction, beyond just this year, but really a decades-long generational relationship with a long roadway of success for them to count on.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, you might imagine I talk to investors pretty regularly. As a matter of fact, I was at Morgan Stanley conference last week, end of last week. There is a segment of the investment base in the rail industry that's been trained to focus on the more short-term element of just focus on cost reductions that are in your control, and take as much pricing as possible, because those, at least in the short term, are believed to be within your control. There's long-term ramifications to both, but that's part of the perception. We've been working really hard to change that dialogue. Cost control, efficiency is always going to be important in every industry and every business. But as you know, the operating ratio is cost over revenue. We actually moved away from using OR as an objective, largely because while it's just a metric, it's just it's just a calculation, it has become symbolic of the cost-driven element of the equation. And in many ways, actions were taken to optimize the numerator without focusing a lot on the denominator. We want to be focused on both. So here's the issue we face as an industry, is credibility with investors. Because for as long as people can remember, I mentioned this last year at several of my remarks at many different forums, every conference we go to, everybody talks about growth. But yet I said, how's it working? We haven't demonstrated it. And it's been going on for as far back as I can see, because it's what people want, but yet we haven't been able to deliver. So if we keep doing the same things we were doing over and over again, we're going to get the same results. And that's largely what's happened in the industry. It's easier to control the cost element, rationalize some of your lanes, and go after the costs, which a lot of the short-term money wants to see happen, but they're in and out. The long-term investors do want to see profitable growth. I use those two words together because they're important. And we have to do a better job of educating our investment community that, number one, that we actually are on a path to deliver that, because there's a credibility issue amongst our companies in that respect. And second of all, that our actions are actually going to lead to that. And so, again, you go back to our theory that you have to improve your service to be able to engage with customers to talk about growth, because why else would they do it? They don't trust you, to the points Ed just made. And so we have to build that relationship. And I'm proud of the work we're doing that's allowing for that dialogue to happen. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor in an uneven economic environment, admittedly, because there are fits and starts to the economy, and some things are going pretty well and some things aren't. We want to make sure we're ready for as we grow going forward. But remember that intermodal business, which are most of the volume growth opportunities are, is highly service sensitive. You're competing with truck, which offers a shorter window of time and also a tighter window of delivery. So we have to compensate for that by providing better service in other ways, whether it's the relationship, whether it's the communication, whether it's the price, or whether it's the speed or other things of that nature. But I can tell you that, we get the question all the time, CSX, you have some of the better margins in the industry, but yet your multiple is one of the lowest in the industry. Why is that from investors? And it's growth question. It's where's coal going to go? Where's it been and where's it going? Because we have a strong coal franchise, even though it's down significantly where it used to be. But it's also around that possibility of demonstrating that we can grow. And we're taking a different approach. I just told you, we have more manpower than we had before pre-COVID. We are focused on service and better relations with our employees and better culture. But if you go back to the furlough discussion that you just had, Robert, which is around in 2020 when COVID hit, all the railroads and all the other industries, by the way, laid people off. Why didn't they come back at the same level in the rail industry they came to other places, auto industry example? Because the environment was one such they didn't want to come back to. And that's what hurt us. So we have to keep investing in making this an environment people want to be a part of. So as we ebb and flow, and we have downturns in the economy, we can sustain the employment levels, but we also can have a place people want to return to for their careers because they want to be here. And that was something that was changing. And that's back to this, for lack of a better word, the terminologies, I won't refer to them, of what was driving the behaviors. And so that's what we're so focused on. It's not just out of kindness of our hearts, which is important too. It's because it's going to be better business. But we have to prove to investors we can do that, as well as customers. There's a lot of prove it stories here, admittedly. But we're in it and we're excited about it. And I think we're 2 years into it. We're proving that it can work.
Excellent. I just want to let the board members know if they want more time, and since they didn't use all of their time, we actually have more time for questions. So I'll come back. I have a few other, but I'll come back, Patrick.
Well, Joe, that's actually a perfect segue, talking about labor and staffing for growth. And I'm respectful of the board's jurisdictional boundaries, but of course, numerous shippers here today have talked about the importance of staffing for growth, for growing their own businesses. Could you just give us a little bit more detail on the progress with your negotiating labor agreements and, elaborate on, what you see as the way forward on that front?
Sure. Important topic. I mean, I think you guys know we survey our employees every year, and last year we did twice, and this year we've done once. And we had over 11,000 comments, 3 surveys, written comments. Some of them were chapters in books. And I read every single one of them because I wanted a really good sense for what's on the minds of our employees. And that includes all of our union employees. The reason why I bring that up is because other than safety-related issues, which are always important and prominent, of course, the number one issue that we heard, other than how management talks to them and treats them, which is something we're working on extensively, was around what happened in the last round of negotiations and how they felt. Back to this, do you want to work here as a place you want to be? And it took 3 years to finish the agreement. I think you all know that. I was actually announced as CEO of CSX the day the tentative agreement was reached. A few months later, I was only a few months in the job, and I'm the only CEO in Congress walking around the days they're voting, trying to convince people they should do that, getting fingers pointed at me for what I didn't do, but what I was a part of now. So as an industry, we've had a lot of conversation around this and about how do we learn from what happened last time and try and demonstrate that we can do something different. and create a better environment. And as a coalition, a voluntary coalition, we worked hard together to see if we could find a way to reach early agreements. We weren't able to get there as an industry for various reasons. All the railroads have different perspectives on things. But that led us to a point where we were able to quickly at CSX go forward. And, over half our workforce is now represented by tentative agreements, 11 different unions out of the 13 prominent ones, 15 different agreements in all. We've had our first 2 ratifications already passed, which is great. And this is months before we're even required to even serve, Section 6 notices and then start the process. Why is that important? As many of you probably know, I led 4 national negotiations with the UAW at Ford, so I have a lot of experience. If all your time and energy is spent fighting at the national level on wages and benefits, you never get a chance to talk about the real meaningful stuff to people and to the companies at the operating level. And that's what happened last time. We spent 3 years fighting over single person crew and not getting agreements. We never got to talk about how we make the railroad safer, better, more efficient, and frankly, work on some of the scheduling and things that are important to our employees. Now we're going to have the time over the next 5 years with the national agreement hopefully behind us to spend the time on those things, which will make us more efficient and safer, but also a better environment for our employees, which again goes back to better service to our to our customers. Because again, as I've learned in this industry, the most impactful thing you can do to serve customers better is have your network run fluidly. And what's the number one challenge on a daily basis to the network running its best? It's crew availability, actually. It's not locomotives, it's not weather, even though you have those moments. And why is it crew availability? It's all the issues that we have. So you want to get back to improving service, you got to get back to solving those issues locally, but you got to give yourself time to do that. And the relationship has to be not broken at the national level.
I appreciate that very much. And I want to turn to the board's authorities. And I just want to first make note that, both CSX and NS talked about the importance of sustained service quality. And it's been well documented, every 3 to 4 years, there are various service disruptions, and that, completely erodes confidence. And, people cannot make the shift to rail if they have those periodic disruptions because there are huge increasing marginal costs. And so I just want to express my appreciation for that outlook. Thinking in that context, what do you see as the most fruitful initiatives for sustained service improvement? And if you could tie it to specific ways the board can either enhance the public benefits of those initiatives or facilitate new initiatives that you're considering that have a nexus with the board's work.
Yeah, I'll start. I think a couple things, and I appreciate the recognition that I think it's fundamental that the industry has to do a better job of handling the full economic cycle, right? And the last couple of decades have taught us that. We're trying to learn from that and apply those lessons to what we think is a better approach, and that's to deliver a service that is consistently on time, or I would define it as a consistent low variation service over a long period of time, right? That's sort of the base equation for service for our customers. And I think when I think of how you can help us, there's probably 3 ways. The first one being, continue to hold us accountable to what we tell you. Just like I told you previously, we need to be able to deliver service that you can count on, right? And be people that you can trust. And so I think the board serves a tremendous role in that regard. The second one is railroads rely on interoperability. We're still using the same knuckles that we were using 100 years ago for a reason, because every rail car has to work with every other rail car. And I think having that same sort of uniformity in terms of regulatory environment across the states is very important for us. Local and state variation makes it problematic for railroads in general to operate very efficiently. And probably the third one is look at ways that we can invest together for growth in terms of either physical infrastructure or technology. I think of the Heartland Corridor project, which is now 15 years old, and no one remembers it anymore. But it was a great project at the federal level that helped us deliver a very valuable corridor to the U.S. that's still delivering a lot of benefits today. So that's 3 ways.
Yeah, very good comments, Ed. And I'll say a couple more things. I mean, first off, a request of this board is that when we can, timely approvals of things that are pro-growth and pro-competitive, would be helpful. I wasn't here for the Pan Am discussion, but that's a great example of something that took a long time. That frankly was a railroad that was in disrepair, that we were willing to put hundreds of millions of dollars in, but took a long time because there's all kinds of opposition and all kinds of things. Not all your fault, by the way, I know that. We have a more recent opportunity that we're excited about that's taking a long time to get approved with CPKC, as you know. So the timeliness of these things, because it's time and it takes investment, it also takes timeliness with customers to get started. So I would ask that you continue to, where you can, to, the timeliness of approvals on things that are pro-growth, pro-competitive would be helpful. It's not in your jurisdiction, but certainly a lot of the things that this administration this time have done around CRISI grants and things have been very helpful to our industry. I think that it was referenced in the earlier panel, and it's not again in your jurisdiction, but I think it's really important to note is that this industry is a network. And, Ed mentioned it, when we all get better with service, the whole industry gets better. Because the customer experience, I remind people all the time, is holistic. If we do really well and our interchange partner doesn't, that's still a bad experience for the customer, or vice versa, if we don't do well. And so raising the standards of service by all of us makes us all better and frankly makes this opportunity for growth even better. So holding us all to higher standard levels on service is reasonable and frankly helpful, even though we might not always appreciate it every day. And the other thing I'll say is we have to collectively embrace technology in a new way, in a better way. Over time, technology is undefeated. So why try to fight it? And that's companies, unions, agencies, regulators, et cetera. This industry needs to evolve more quickly. I came from an industry that was fighting on technology every day and frankly had a lot more support from the same Department of Transportation for doing things that, and I know it's not in your area, but I think we're all in this together. And we have to find ways to make this, make technology innovation part of the solution on safety, on efficiency, on service. And, we'll find ways to better use our talented people. If we end up having a few extra, there's plenty to do. The last thing I want to say about our opportunity for growth is now's the time. While we're not fully loaded up, whether it's NS or ourselves or any other railroad, now's the time to be investing for that cycle when it does come. We oftentimes tend to, whether it's manpower or capability at a yard, we tend to want to work on that when the moment comes. And we're very actively investing in a number of yards right now that we don't need the capacity today, but we want to be able to switch more cars and be more efficient when the volume comes. And, we mentioned Cumberland as one example of that, but there are many other examples we have going on right now. And I think we're encouraging the industry to be, within reason, showing signs of getting ready for that would be helpful as well.
Mr. Henricks, your comment about your employees reminded me of a conversation that I had with one of our analysts a while back. It was sometime, I think, after Rail Trends last year. And they expressed a concern that what the CEOs were saying about growth wasn't actually getting down to the operating levels of the company. Were the people who are making the decisions at the ground level being rewarded, not just for cutting costs, but for doing the things to enhance growth? And, you are managers, so I'd like you to both comment on that, but I also, Ed, want to mention something that I found thinking about that issue recently, enheartening. One of your folks, Jacob Elliam, who's only 34, I think of that as only 34, Vice President of Network Planning and Optimization, was delineated as a rising star by Progressive Railroading. And what he said is, the industry needs, he was asked, what do you think is the biggest challenge facing the rail industry today? And he said, the industry needs to improve on delivering good service over the long run to your point, in order to provide an opportunity for companies to grow with rail and build rail into their supply chains, this requires long-term vision. The operations team at NS is working to implement a sustainable and efficient operating plan with a high degree of reliability that will allow our customers to grow through an increasingly reliable service product. So this was a good thing to hear from somebody who's a couple of levels below you guys. But can you talk about how you are managing your companies and your employees in order to reward them for this vision that you all have for long-term growth?
Well, I appreciate the question. I'm sure Jacob appreciates the call out. I'll make sure that he knows about it. It's, it is heartening to hear those kinds of comments for sure. At Norfolk Southern, we're fortunate to have a very unified team led by Mark George now, as I mentioned earlier. But John Orr and I, who leads our operations team, we have calls 3 times a week where senior leaders from his side and senior leaders from my side sit down together at 7 a.m. and talk about exactly what is going wrong on the railroad that day at a very granular level, and then come up with action plans on how we're going to fix it that day. We're also talking every morning about what are the opportunities that we need to do something about. In other words, there's an opportunity that requires action on our part. And I would say, maybe it could be effective to have 200 people on that call really deep into the organization, but I think it's very impactful that people throughout the organization know that we're talking about those sorts of issues at a very, very granular level. And I mean granular, like, a particular switch on a particular day, and taking action on those things. And that is the sort of culture that we want to build. And, every conversation that we have at Norfolk Southern, we are trying to build in the perspective of our customers so that there is no conversations happening about should we do this or do that with infrastructure without the perspective of the customer being at the table. And that's because, again, without our customers, it's very difficult to achieve an operating ratio that is industry acceptable. And we take very seriously the mission that we have to service the U.S. economy. And that does mean, servicing the economy with a service that you can rely on every single day. Because what we have learned over time is that given enough reason and given time, folks will work you out of their supply chain, and they should, because that's what they're getting paid to do if you're not adding value. And so we are trying every day to make sure that the value proposition is on the table for our employees. And it goes very far down into the organization. And again, I appreciate you calling out Jacob for that.
I'm going to have Kevin talk about a little bit what we're doing on the sales and operating side to bring that to life. But I will say up front that, in all candor, one of the biggest challenges we have is reestablishing a different kind of relationship with our management in the field and our employees. And importantly, re-engaging our managers in the field with their local customers. Both those relationships broke down during the last, many years while things changed at CSX pretty dramatically. And we're having to retrain a lot of the management in the field. But it's an exciting time. Frankly, it's a better way to live, and it's a better, more enjoyable life if you can get to the point where the relationship is more collaborative and more team-oriented, both with the employees and with the customers locally. But importantly also, as Ed just mentioned, the operations team and the sales marketing team have to work together to make this work. And I'm going to have Kevin talk about a little bit of the journey we've been on. Mike Corey came in as our COO. He's brought a great perspective. Like myself, he came out of retirement to do this because he wants to do it, thinks it's worth doing the right way. And I'll let Kevin share a little bit about what we've been doing to be more customer-centric, both at the operations level, but just holistically.
Yeah, I think the communication between the operating team and sales and marketing is critically important to bring those field operations leaders along the journey and what we're really looking for and what the customers are looking for. So a few things. We do regular scheduled meetings monthly. We bring them along as part of the planning process so they understand when customers have new needs or there's new volume coming on. So we have our resource planning team along with that. So we're thinking about our resources from a manpower, from a locomotive power, all those things are in the room together as we discuss these things. we want them to feel a part of the success when we do win new business. And, Mike brings in his team constantly to have those discussions with us. So when we win new business, we celebrate together. And the other thing that I think is a huge change that I've seen under Joe and more recently with Mike is we're looking to take a proactive approach. The railroads are very good at fixing things when they break, but how do we anticipate when they're going to break and being proactive about it? And I'll give you one example. Just last week, we had Casey, who runs our network operations. He realized we were going to have an issue in a certain area, given some issues with weather and other things. And he called the customer on Thursday and said, "Look, we're gonna probably miss a switch on Saturday." And the customer was was just so surprised to get that kind of call and say, "Now I can plan my business. Now I can figure out what I need to do and I can adjust." And that's the difference. That's the journey we're on, is how do we move from reacting to when a customer has a problem to anticipating it and getting ahead of it, and at least communicating in a way where they can make the changes they need to make to adapt to that. And that's the journey we're on. Data is going to really bring that forward for us. We're looking at, where we have issues and they're persistent, how are we tackling those things? Where we're looking at the train plan and going through those with Mike and his team and saying, is a train plan set up to fail, or is it set up to be successful? And we're finding things. It's a complicated network when you think about all the trains we want. 300 trains, running out there every day, and a lot can happen. And so is a train plan designed to have success? And it's a constant evolution when we're looking at those things.
I'd like to commend both CSX and NS on your response to the Key Bridge collapse. When I visited Baltimore this past spring with Patrick, I was truly impressed by the quick action that both of your organizations took in order to keep freight rail moving, despite the fact that the port remained closed. So thank you for that. My question to both of you is, what role did resiliency play in allowing for your organizations to provide that quick response?
So a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I think the more collaborative working relationship that our operations and sales marketing team have together allowed us to quickly get together, everybody together, and say, what's the art of the possible? And, we had an intermodal train set up running from New York to Baltimore within, a day or two, very quickly, to be able to provide some of that relief. But actually, I'm going to give you another response that is related to the labor conversation, because this is how we see the world. There's another part of what happened at the Key Bridge that also is important. When obviously getting containers in and out and getting trains set up, which both of us were able to do, and I know that both NS and ourselves were using the Norfolk port and the New York, New Jersey ports to help make that happen. But we have a big Curtis Bay coal port, export coal port, and so we have coal customers who are impacted dramatically by that. And quickly, we had to try and reroute trains to Newport News and ultimately to be to those two pier that we use down there that are not owned by us. And this is the benefit of the relationship getting better. 2 years ago, if we'd asked volunteers first of all, asked the union if we were able, they would let us do it, and then asked volunteers to transfer quickly from Cumberland or Baltimore down to Newport News temporarily for a month or two while the bridge is down to supplement our resources to be able to move more trains, they would have, we'd have had a very quick, short conversation that would usually involve a lot of words that are not really kind. And so the relationships evolved where we had, within the next day, we put up we got approval to do it, and we had 80 some people offered a transfer for a month or two. And we didn't need that many, but the point is that's the difference. And that's the resiliency and that's the adaptability that we can have when you've got both the operating and sales team working well together to quickly come up with a work plan, to come up with a new train, and also your union relationship and the understanding of why service is so important that allows you to adapt it quickly. And so those are two examples of how it happens so quickly, but indicative of where we want to be in the future and why all those foundational elements are critical to allow us to be able to do that going forward.
Those are great points. And I'd build off a couple of them. First of all, you saw the slide with the flywheel of productivity. It's very important. It's a very important concept that as we become more productive, the system becomes more fluid. we actually are building up resiliency that you can apply to things that go wrong, because there's always going to be something going wrong somewhere. So having some capacity for resiliency is really important for our manufacturing effort, and we're manufacturing service, which you can't store. So it's fundamentally something you have to have there, and we are working really hard to build that up. The second thing, and this goes to what Joe referenced, goes back to what I said also, which is trust, right? We had to build a pathway of trust with our customers that we could find alternatives for them. We had to build up pathways of trust internally with our employees to say, we're going to be able to do this thing, which is, divert 500,000 tons of coal a month to another facility. And then we had to convince the ship operators that we could actually achieve what we said that we were going to do. None of those things would have been possible if we didn't have this fairly long roadway already of improvement to do that. And I think the great thing about it is, both for CSX and for NS, we both demonstrated that we have some resiliency in reserve, that we have the capability and the capacity to deliver what I would call exceptional results in the face of uncontrollable circumstances. And that's probably one key measurement of resilience and how we are going to achieve the kind of trust that we want. Is there will always be something going wrong somewhere, whether it's a hurricane in the Gulf or hopefully not something else like the Key Bridge, but there's always something going to be happening. How well do we respond to it, and how fast do we bounce back to normal production, I think is the true test.
Thank you. Just one more. How do you sell your service against truck?
Well, that's a good question. You all know the benefits we have over truck. Better for the environment, better safety, better for taxpayers, keep trucks off the road. However, we have to minimize the time lag between how long it takes to be on rail and the consistency and reliability and repeatability that comes from that. Those are the two detractors. We typically a lower cost, and we know the other benefits. But the lower cost doesn't matter if you don't show up on time. And so the key thing for us is to compete with truck. We're the most truck sensitive on intermodal, but it's all across the board because a lot of merchandise that used to go on boxcars that would be intermodal today, if we could get there, is around that window we give them that they plan their business for, that we hit it with a frequency that's close to truck, even though we take a little bit longer. And then we've got to keep reducing the time frame that all that takes. And lastly, it's the variability that's the real key. Because truck the Six Sigma performance of truck is much narrower than ours. And so it's not the hour late, it's the 3 days late. Trucks don't show up 3 days late. If they got to change a tire or change a driver, they can get it done within hours. And so we got to our Six Sigma variability has to shrink dramatically to be able to give that confidence band that they can count on us to run their business. And that's what we're working on doing. All those things that we've all talked about are about making our business more resilient. Having the capacity helps make that happen. The network has to run on time to make that happen. Not necessarily precisely, that precision word is an interesting one, but it has to run on time.
Well, I agree. And I would add a couple things to it. Most of our customers, whether they're intermodal or whether they're merchandise customers, they really, what they require, it's not what they want, it's what they require, is they require some version of a conveyor belt that runs at the same speed all the time. If you provide that sort of service, and you can argue about how fast the belt runs for different businesses, but if you provide that kind of service, they can build a supply chain around that and find tremendous savings using the services that we can offer. But it's the variability piece that is probably the most deadly to our success, right? I continue to study this, and recently I think the answer I've come up with is I think somewhere around 15% or so of the freight that moves in North American intermodal is actually freight that changes ownership in transit. In other words, me selling something to Joe. The rest of that freight is freight that I'm shipping to myself, basically, because I can afford to take a bet on a more variable service shipping it to myself. I can't afford to take that kind of risk shipping it to Joe because he might go find someone else to do it. So building that trust with those supply chains is critical. And the way we do that is providing that very, very low variation service over a long period of time. And I think if we do that, there's a lot of freight out there that we can convert from the highway.
We've got a little time, and I want to just come back to a few things, even just what you just said, you finished with. I mean, the idea, and we've heard time and time again, that trucking is, per tonnage more costly. It's less efficient, it's less safe, and it doesn't have the environmental advantages as rail. You put all that on paper, you realize, well, why are they leaving? Why is truck still outperforming? Why are people leaving rail to that? And I think you guys summed it up great because of that, lack of resiliency, that lack of that conveyor belt. And I think the great news for me is that's controllable by you. We talk about outside forces, whether, it was weather, none of that really matters. What matters ultimately is actually what you can control, is that consistency, that resiliency, and that transparency. As Kevin, as you said before, you make a phone call to someone and say, hey, we're having trouble, we're not going to make that. That's a world of difference to folks who have to hire crews to offload, get things ready for that. So that means they can plan better. And I think, in a 21st century economy, that's all, if you talk to all of your customers and coming from automotive and others, where it's real time delivery, where you're going on, they operate on that transparency and that communication. If something's wrong, they need to know it so they can adjust. And the fact that we don't do that, I mean, honestly, talk is very cheap, in this day and age. And, one of the challenges and why I appreciated both of you being here in terms of what you're doing internally to change that culture and that mindset is that, we hear everyone comes and every railroad says they want to grow. But again, that talk is cheap when it doesn't translate into resiliency, into transparency, into consistency. Because people, like I said, it's like the Charlie Brown, comic. Lucy says, "Trust me, I won't move the football." And then that trust is built. You run and wait to kick, and they move the football. And after so many times, Charlie Brown's gonna go play soccer. He's not gonna worry about kicking the football again. And that's what's happening in the network is we have people who leave the network who don't come back. And that in turn, puts pressure on the network when they're trying to grow, trying to recover of how they're going to do that. So, but I want to focus on, and one other thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to for questions, Patrick alluded to, and you holding to a higher standard. I don't think the role of the STB is to put roadblocks or speed bumps in front of the network to prevent it from its success. I think what we do in terms of the regulatory obligation is to put up guardrails to keep you centered and to keep you moving forward where you need to go. Whether it's the common carrier obligation, just reminding you that the obligation for you to do something, to honor that commitment is there. It's not to keep you somehow to bind you. That is the obligation that you've already set in place. Some of the other things that we put in place are also there, not as a stumbling block, but as to keep that flow moving. And I think of it that way. And I think when we look at these things and when we look at improvements and anything, it is always seen as a guardrail, not as a roadblock or as an impediment. And I think one of the things I said that we can't do is I think Wall Street's an impediment right now to growth because of where they're looking from a short-term perspective and long-term. So one of the questions I wanted to ask you guys before we break for lunch is really around how you're looking at, we looked at, when we look at growth, a lot of times it's the bigger, companies, the bigger, products. But I think there's a lot of growth within the small and mid-size customers. I think a lot of times we overlook that. I think, as you said, there's a limited amount of people who, in the shipping space who use rail, but I think they're out there. I think we do have that, and I don't want us to become this country club type of network where you have to pay a certain amount, or like as I challenged another railroad yesterday, we're not pricing, allowing people in because they fit our profit margins right now or certain pricing. I think, again, the common carrier obligation allows for everybody to have access to that, reasonable access. So the question is, how do you look at growing in terms of your small and mid-size customers? What sort of attention do you look at and how flexible, I talked about that to short lines. How flexible are you in building up that base? Because those small and mid-size could be your larger shippers if they grow with you.
There's a number of things we're doing on the small shipper side. I would say we've 4X, I think our regional sales team has grown over the last 3 to 4 years, and they're solely focused on those customers that are in that small category that hopefully over time we can grow them into a much larger customer. What I hear a lot, and I've met customers, and I think the belief out there sometimes that folks that don't use the railroad is the complexity is really, really hard for them to get over. Like, I wouldn't even know where to start. I hear those things all the time. I wouldn't even know what to do. And I think using technology, and we've made significant investments in our ShipCSX platform, really opens up our network to those smaller shippers because it eliminates a lot of the complexity that they worry about of, knowing when their shipments are going to arrive, how they get started, all those things. And we're going to continue to invest in that side. I think it's really, really important. I think a lot of the small shippers are also the ones that, when I mentioned previously, they don't physically touch the railroad today. So how do we reach them? How do we combine rail with truck in a seamless way where they're not having to go out and reach out to the railroad and separately manage the truck and all those things, and creating one source where they can go and get a all-encompassing kind of freight move for them. So those are the other things that we're trying to think creatively about, is how do we partner with others? We bought a trucking company where we have a seamless one price offering to those customers out there that make it really, really easy to explore it. And we're seeing customers adapt those opportunities for us. So it's multifaceted in how we have to approach it. We have to, but I do think a big part of it is reaching those customers that don't today physically touch our network and showing them that there's an opportunity to use us in a different way that maybe they didn't know about. And those are the things that the team is focused on. We even have a receiver group today, a number of people, they're not freight payers. They don't pay the freight, but we're trying to understand what their needs are because they're getting the freight shipped to them. And the more we understand their needs, they're influencing freight. And we're asking, why are trucks coming in your bay when you have rail service today? How do we influence your customers so they're shipping to you? So it's a lot of different initiatives. There's not one silver bullet, as I mentioned before, that's to tackle that market, but it is a huge opportunity, we believe, over time.
Yeah, you heard me talk earlier about our first and final mile team that we stood up, and there's a couple components of it that are directly related to our smaller shippers, or what I would call developmental shippers, however you want to phrase it. The first is our Rail Integrated Solutions Group, which of course incorporates transloading as a dimension of shipping. As Kevin mentioned, there's a large number of potential customers who want to use rail but aren't located next to a railroad, and we can help them solve that in a very seamless way. The second thing that we do is we have our field sales group, which was stood up specifically to address geographically every single customer, really every single switch on our railroad. So you think about, there's 5,000 or so switches that go to an industry on our network. Every single one of those has someone's name on it who's responsible for, is that customer growing? Are they active? Do they need anything? Or how are they doing? As a second dimension, we often have, and the more you get into it, the more you learn. We often have customers who either want to reestablish service at a particular location, or it's really a new customer who's coming into an old location, let's say, or maybe it's a customer that has changed ownership. So someone else bought that facility. Dealing with us as railroads can be problematic when you're starting out, so to speak. There can be a lot of bureaucracy and red tape involved there. And through Kathleen Smith's leadership, she works on my team. Her team took a really hard look at all of our processes associated with smaller shippers or new shippers coming onto our railroad, and tried to really streamline the processes and remove all those impediments that, were good for somebody, but not for the customer. And we were able to take down the average time for a customer to actually come on board by around 80%. So a real tremendous improvement in terms of just ease of use. And that was just through the discipline of looking at the processes and making sure that it was not a bureaucratic solution, but one that was really customer focused. And we continue to sort of go through all of our processes one by one, looking for those opportunities to simplify and streamline what we're doing, which I think is most important for those smaller developmental shippers than it probably is for the bigger ones, because they've adopted processes that are able to work around some of those things.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your remarks, and I think we've gotten a good testimony on this panel and previous panels, and I think in the next panel about the guardrails that you described. I just want to just make a comment about a couple ways that I've heard in this panel that the board can play a facilitative role. And I think Michelle was quite right to point out the importance of resiliency with Key Bridge and with Curtis Bay. And in addition to the operating resiliency, I know you all pulled forward some preventative maintenance so the terminal would work even better when it was up. But one of the things that I don't need to tell you all about is that the coal export terminal capacity was nonetheless limited, even if you were operating with resiliency. And we had testimony yesterday from BNSF about their intermodal terminal capacity and their difficulty getting an intermodal terminal facility built. And then the pandemic happens and there's a surge in imports. And where that I think has a nexus with the board is, on the preemption side, which Ed, you mentioned, as well as the licensing side, there are new spurs that we have to approve, including to new biofuels facilities and the like. And I'll just say that supply chain resiliency is, of course, on the operational level. It's also on the terminal level and reaching those terminals that I think the board can play a facilitative role in our licensing and preemption role. And then the other thing is, I think, Joe, you rightly, pointed out the potential for transactions to smooth interchange. And I think Ms. Bailey had testimony leading off the hearing about smoothing interchange. And historically, beyond the transaction scope, the board has played a facilitative, constructive role in bringing people together around key gateways. And so I think just on the smoothing interchange and the terminal capacity and reaching the terminal capacity, I think the board has an opportunity to play a facilitative role in addition to a more remedial role. So just want to make that comment.
Joe, Wall Street's gotten a lot of bashing in this room and from current and former members of the board. But the capital markets are not a monolithic entity. They're not all made up of Encoras and their short-term investor ilk. There are investors out there that take the long view, primarily the pension funds. And the pension funds, in my experience, have been major investors in infrastructure projects. I was a bond lawyer for 30 years, and we looked to the pension funds to help finance public-private partnerships in the toll road area. And I did a lot of small power production facilities. There's one in Montana that was partially financed by the Boilermakers, which I thought was, there's a synergy there. So what can you do for your companies to make them more attractive to long-term investors? I mean, are you going to be around in 30 years? What's this all going to look like in 30 years?
Yeah, we'll be around in 30 years. I hope I'm around in 30 years, but I won't be at CSX. I can promise you that. It's a great question. I think we have to be a little more open to more creative alternative solutions outside of the government-private partnership that exists, which has been very, frankly, productive, as I mentioned recently. I mean, we create projects in Chicago, the Howard Street Tunnel projects, which frankly, we're even cooperating with NS on, are great examples. And there's others, of course, that are out there that are working on all the railroad crossing, all the things that are going on are working. We don't typically have issue with funding major projects because, we generate, as you guys have commented on, we generate some capital.
I'm concerned about who's buying your stock.
Yeah. It's interesting. I watched this very carefully. Kevin was an analyst before he joined us. So we had this conversation a lot. Our actual investment base has changed in the 2 years I've been here. Without getting into details, a lot of the shorter term hedge fund as a percentage has declined, and more longer term investors, names you'd recognize, have taken more prominent stakes in CSX. And I have nothing against, hedge funds per se, and I think there's a role to be played. Certainly, they've had a particular interest in the railroad industry, as you know, because of the more short-term, the view that there's a short-term ability to influence results pretty quickly. You can get in and get out. But back to this question, our investment base is changing. And I think it is in line with what our message and our priorities are. And over time, that aligns. So we have to deliver. I mean, ultimately, you see the activity. And I've been here 2 years, and we've had two pretty big activist campaigns, and there's only 6 Class 1s. So you can see that's a pretty high percentage already. So we're not insensitive to that. But I can see our investment base changing. And I believe in that our team believes that if we do the things that we're committed to doing and the progress that we've made, investors will be there. It's dangerous to run a business to deliver quarterly results. It's not in the shareholders' long-term interest. It's not in all the other stakeholders' interest. And we made that very clear. Now, but what we're building a foundation that we believe will deliver significant EPS growth, which, we have this conversation a lot, and this is back to this a little bit of the OR conversation, is what is your number one priority? If your number one priority is OR, and you're presented, let's say CSX has a 40% operating margin on our business. Let's just say that, not so hypothetically, okay? And we were presented with an opportunity in intermodal, let's say a 30% operating margin return. Absent anything else, if we take on that business, the OR goes down marginally. But the profitability of the company goes up. If you're pursuing operating margin growth, it would go down a tiny bit as a percentage, minimally, but nevertheless, it depends on what you're being measured by. But if you're being measured by earnings growth, cash generation, those get better if you take on that business. So the challenge we're going to have is to credibly be able to turn the conversation onto that, but to be able to deliver. Because if we don't, we're going to go back to, we know what we can push, but we can push this button and it works. And that, by the way, if we get less efficient while that's going on, shame on us, and we should be held accountable, right? So the view of all this has to change. And from an investor standpoint, absent all this other noise, what investors want is EPS growth. There could come many different ways. Earnings growth, share reduction, both. But earnings growth can come from many different ways. Cost reductions, but also revenue growth and margin expansion. So all those need to be part of the equation. And I think we've had too minimalistic conversation in the rail industry around one piece of that equation, which is important. We tell our employees at all our town halls, at all of our quarterly earnings calls, the priorities are safety, customer service, and efficiency in that order, and we have to do all three. So if we can get ourselves focused on those things, by the way, as I've said many times, to be better customer service, you got to be more efficient, so it all works. It's a vicious cycle that actually can work if you do it right. That's how we change the narrative. But if we're not able to deliver on that narrative, people will go back to pushing the button on just lower cost and increase price. In the short term, you can do that, but you lose business and you lose people. And if you do it wrongly, if you do it the wrong way, and it goes, what that cycle looks like. But we're excited about it. I mean, and you've heard it from this discussion today. There's a higher order purpose here that we haven't talked about. That's also important, and that you know, we have an obligation. I'm a board member of this company, so we have a fiduciary, I have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders. That's how this capitalist environment works in America. I'm also, you know, the CEO, so I have a fiduciary responsibility to all our stakeholders. So I get to live in both those worlds. I see the world that way. But importantly, there's a higher order purpose here, because in order to grow, the best enabler for us to grow is the economy grows. We haven't talked a lot about that, but that would be helpful, you know? So that's not your jurisdiction, but that'd be really helpful. And so,
Growing the economy is why we're here.
of course. So that's the point, right? So you want to make it easier to grow. The economy growing helps all of us, right? But we're part of that equation. And this is, I've never taken issue with the STB, including your previous chairman speaking about this all the time. The railroads need to be a contributor to economic growth and the opportunity that comes from that. And that takes a different mindset. The economy grows, it makes it easier for us to grow, but the economy grows better and more easily if we run efficiently. And that's the cycle we're in. And so that's exciting to be a part of every day. Because not only do we get to help the economy grow, we get to help reduce emissions, and we get to help societies be safer, and we get to save taxpayers some money. Those are like the trifecta, you know, or it's not a quadfecta, I don't know what that word is. But that's, wow. And so we got to get our employees, investors, everyone motivated by that, because there's a higher order purpose that actually serves our purpose as well. And they contribute to each other. And we haven't talked enough about that as an industry, as a society. We take the freight network for granted for a little bit because it's been here for 197 years, or started 197 years ago, February 28, 1827, B&O Railroad. As you know, we'll be 200 years old in a couple of years. We still look good for our age. And the opportunity exists to change the narrative around how do we contribute to not just our growth, but to economic growth the right way. And that's an exciting thing I think all of us want to be a part of.
I think as we close out, I think you're spot on. I mean, railroads were created. I mean, Union Pacific was created by the government to do nothing more than to grow and to expand. I think all the railroads have that. You know, they come from that initial responsibility. I don't think you'll get. I've said that time and time again that my number one focus is the strength of the network, because if we have a strong network, we can grow the economy and we can strengthen, you know, our national supply chain. That's always been my mantra and will continue to be. So we're on the same page there. And I just want to close and just I also love trains. I do. I have 3 kids who love trains too, so that helps. But I think it comes into I want to thank again this panel, especially, like I said, the sacrifice that you made out of your time to come. I can't thank you enough. You know, Ed couldn't have imagined a better stand-in. I appreciate that. I know we'll get a chance to meet your new CEO at times. You know, it also I was reading the other day, getting ready for this article about Robert Krebs, former CEO from BNSF, who came in during the transition afterwards. And, you know, his thing at that time, his number one was service. His number 2 was his commitment to his staff, his leadership, and the labor force. And he said, you know, we are here to grow. And that's what we need to do. Our customers can go elsewhere. We have to make sure that they don't. It's something that, you know, 24 years later, we're still struggle with, but that idea is not new. It is not new. And so I'm happy to hear that we've got, you know, you guys who are pushing the envelope and willing to make that turn, and we stand in support of that. So on that, I want to thank you guys, and we are again right on time. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back here around say 1:35.
Charge complete.
All right, we are back and in business. So moving on to our next panel, panel 10. We have Mr. Jeffrey Sloan, who's the Senior Director of Regulatory and Scientific Affairs for the American Chemistry Council. Good afternoon. We have Mr. Richard Erstad, with Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary of Hawkins Incorporated. And he's here on behalf of the Alliance for Chemical Distribution. And finally, we have Ryan Bowley, Vice President, Government Affairs for the Fertilizer Institute. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for your participation. Mr. Sloan, you're up.
All right, good afternoon, Chairman Primus and members of the board. Thank you for holding this hearing and for providing me with the opportunity to speak on behalf of the American Chemistry Council. ACC represents more than 190 of America's leading producers of chemicals, plastics, and related products that make our lives safer, more productive, and more sustainable. Our members sit at the top of supply chains, providing critical inputs to nearly every sector of the economy, including agriculture, automobiles, healthcare, and energy. We rely on a strong, resilient, and efficient freight transportation network to support our domestic and international customers. A healthy and growing freight rail industry will support growth in our industry. Today, I want to highlight 3 areas. First, examples of successful growth and where we have additional opportunities. Second, key challenges that limit growth and even drive some traffic away from rail. And third, some policy solutions that we think can help overcome these challenges. The good news is that our industry is already increasing rail shipments. Thanks to new capital investments, by 2032, U.S. chemical production is expected to grow by more than 25 million metric tons, leading to more than 120,000 additional rail car shipments each year. So I'll provide some examples that we've heard from some of our members. One large company increased rail shipments by 6% from 2021 to 2022 and an additional 3% the following year. This company also has a major new polyethylene project coming online within the next few years that will generate more than 16,000 additional rail shipments annually. The second company added 2 billion pounds of polypropylene capacity in the Gulf Coast to serve the export market. This involved new rail volumes from both the Gulf Coast and New England to port facilities in the Southeast. And importantly, this company worked successfully with 3 of the Class 1 railroads to make this project viable. Other companies cite opportunities for rail growth from strong demand in specific markets, including coatings and adhesives that feed into the automobiles and construction industries. And we're bullish on the future for growth. The IIJA and the CHIPS Act are driving U.S. investment and onshoring in key sectors such as semiconductors and electric vehicles that rely extensively on chemistry inputs. But despite this promise, key shipping challenges do limit rail growth. And I don't think I'll be covering really new ground here. I'll be repeating what a lot of other witnesses have said. But companies consider a wide range of factors when evaluating transportation options, including safety, sustainability, reliability, ease of doing, as well as costs. While rail offers some key advantages, ACC members consistently cite excessive rates, unreliable service, and the unwillingness of some railroads to meet customer needs as key barriers. As one executive phrased it, railroads simply do not play an active part in incentivizing our growth. One ACC member reports that it has made a strategic choice to shift from rail to other modes wherever possible. And to illustrate why, they note that on one lane, they have determined that it is more cost-effective to package their product, load it into vans, ship it internally, and offload those vans into product hoppers that would normally be used to offload rail cars. The added packaging, trucking, and labor costs combined still justify the shift away from rail. Another company states that has a high potential for growth in the Gulf Coast, but the opportunities are limited based on rail rates. They specifically cite exorbitant costs for captive moves from their manufacturing facility to local interchange points as limiting both their production and the rail volume growth. And now these, I think it's important to note that these opportunities might not just go to another mode or another location. They may just be lost if they're not viable on the rail service that they have. ACC members also point to unreliable service as key barriers to increasing their volumes. While overall network fluidity and railroad performance has improved greatly since the meltdowns experienced several years ago, service issues remain a nagging problem. These are often blamed on staffing issues. As one recent example, after consecutive missed switches at a production facility in the Gulf Coast, an ACC member was forced to rush truck deliveries of a key raw material to prevent a shutdown at a customer site. This is just one small example of the type of challenge that makes it less desirable to ship on rail. More broadly, though, ACC remains concerned that Class 1s lack the resilience necessary to handle a significant uptick in rail volumes going forward. Shippers also consider the quality of customer support and engagement provided by their carriers. In recent years, some Class 1s have cut headcount in sales and customer service, and as a result, doing business with railroads is just simply harder than it should be. Furthermore, ACC members report that railroads are unwilling to make cost-effective investments to gain new business. We recognize that railroads require adequate returns on their investments. However, ACC believes that railroads are too often uninterested in investing now to attract future growth, and they're leaving profitable opportunities on the table. I'll now touch on several key policy solutions. Like a number of other witnesses already, ACC strongly believes that a more competitive marketplace is really the linchpin for growth. As it does in virtually every other industry, competition will lead to increased investment and a greater focus on attracting new business to rail. It's critical for the board to exercise its statutory authority to provide reciprocal switching as a tool to promote rail-to-rail competition. Broadly implemented, reciprocal switching can provide market incentives for railroads to provide reasonable rates and adequate service. This will drive more business to the railroads with benefits to the nation's economy, consumer prices, and climate goals. In addition, policymakers, rail shippers, and other stakeholders need better data on rail rates, specifically data on captive versus competitive rates. More than 40 years after passage of the Staggers Act, the board has no way to even measure how much more a captive shipper must pay solely because it lacks competitive transportation options. The STB should seek to build on the extensive work that's been done in this area by the Transportation Research Board and other stakeholders. A fully developed economic model could provide meaningful new data on how competition impacts rail rates. Understanding this relationship would assist shippers in negotiating with their carrier. It would also provide policymakers with a more complete picture of how the lack of effective competition harms growth in the freight rail industry. And finally, I'd like to reiterate ACC's support for the Reliable Rail Service Act and other efforts to clarify the railroad's common carrier obligation to provide service in line with their customer needs. Clear service expectations would provide additional incentives for railroads to provide quality service, which can drive volume growth. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. As I've discussed, the chemical industry is growing and many companies are significantly increasing their rail volumes. However, future growth is hampered by long-term challenges faced by rail shippers. To address these challenges, we urge the board to advance reforms that promote competition and further incentivize growth. Thank you. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Mr. Ersted.
So good afternoon. Again, my name is Rich Ersted. I'm the Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary for Hawkins, Inc., a Minnesota-based manufacturer and distributor for thousands of specialty chemicals sold throughout the United States, including vital products used for the treatment of drinking and wastewater, such as chlorine and bleach. Hawkins operates in 60 locations, 12 of which are served by rail, and we estimate that last year our products treated more than 5.6 trillion gallons of water in the United States. Hawkins is also a member of the Alliance for Chemical Distribution, or ACD, and I'm providing this testimony on behalf of the Alliance. ACD represents over 400 member companies with locations throughout the country and in every state. ACD members are vital to the industrial supply chain in the United States economy, providing chemical products to over 750,000 end users. The average ACD member has about 26 employees and $26 million in revenue. ACD appreciates this opportunity to provide testimony for this important hearing. We're pleased the board is devoting attention to and collecting information on strategies rail carriers can implement to increase the growth of freight rail across the United States. Many ACD members rely on freight rail to move and receive chemicals, as rail can be efficient and is the safest way to transport hazardous materials. In addition, rail is the only viable method to transport certain products such as chlorine gas. For a small company such as an ACD member, to begin receiving product by rail, it's expensive and increasingly a risky investment. Purchasing a rail site or site with rail access is expensive, and installing a rail spur is very expensive. And even then, you're dependent upon the service levels and sometimes whims of the single carrier that serves that property. You will likely need to build more storage capacity, whether through tanks or longer rail, to handle the ups and downs of service delays, lost cars, and bunching. And then, even if you make this significant investment, you face a rail network that is increasingly indicating it does not want to even haul your products. A recent development could have a chilling impact on chemical distributors' use of freight rail, especially for smaller operations. Class 1 rail carriers have begun to change their insurance requirements regarding hazardous material shipments, especially toxic inhalation hazard shipments. These changes have tremendously increased insurance costs and shift the liability from those best suited to control the risk and onto shippers who have no control over the car movements. Also, continued and poor unreliable service from the rail carrier serves as an additional disincentive to expansion. Well, I'm sure you're well aware of the background, but a number of years ago, the Canadian Pacific implemented its Tariff 8, under which the railroad is fully indemnified for all incidents involving TIH that are not a result of negligence or willful misconduct by the carrier. Under this tariff, a shipper would have to foot the entire bill for damages caused by the derailment of a car carrying their product, even if the shipper is not at fault, so long as the shipper is not able to prove negligence by the railroad. This is extremely concerning, considering the high bar that has to be met for a shipper who is no expert in rail operations to prove the railroad was negligent. This creates a serious moral hazard as it limits the financial incentive for the railroads to improve rail safety. A number of large TIH producers have refused to agree to Tariff 8, severely limiting sources of supply of TIH for manufacturers that have no choice but to rely on the CP for service. In connection with the CP's merger with KCS, you were forced to address this concern as CPKC implemented this Tariff 8 requirement for KCS customers. And now, just a few weeks ago, BNSF followed suit with the similar liability shifting terms that unilaterally imposed on just a few weeks' notice. The BNSF terms force shippers to share liability with BNSF for damages up to $1.8 billion and fully indemnify the railroad for liabilities over $1.8 billion. There is no way for smaller shippers to insure such a loss, meaning a shipper is literally betting the company on the diligence and care of the railroad with each shipment. In addition, the BNSF and CPKC require minimum liability insurance for shippers of $100 million, an increase from $10 million. This extreme increase requires shippers to spend 10 times more on their insurance. Speaking with an insurance broker, this level of insurance would cost nearly $1 million a year for a company like ours. For smaller shippers and receivers with fewer assets and lower credit, this would likely cost even more. And just last week, the BNSF defended their requirements as reasonable and workable. The industry wholeheartedly disagrees. We've heard the BNSF justify this level of insurance because they say large shippers already have insurance at levels that meet this requirement. But that is certainly not the case for smaller shippers. For the smaller family-owned ACD member company receiving 10 to 20 rail cars a year, this would put them out of business or at least out of rail service. And while BNSF has thus far limited their actions to TIH, CP has started requiring $100 million of liability insurance under their private siding agreements for all hazardous shipments, which it broadly defines as any substance identified in or regulated by any environmental law. And this is not just for long hauls. They are requiring this insurance when a carrier is simply delivering onto a site spur. This is unreasonable considering the huge range of non-dangerous products covered by their definition, the extremely short distances covered, and the slow speed of these shipments as they're pushed onto the receiver's yard. There's no realistic risk of an incident necessitating $100 million in insurance coverage, and requiring this level of insurance is completely unreasonable. Having these sorts of policies in place and the threat that this could expand to other carriers serves as an extreme disincentive for shippers to use rail and drastically reduces any opportunity for future chemical freight rail growth. The Union Pacific attempted to establish similar provisions in 2013, and the STB refused to determine that the terms were reasonable, and the UP dropped the proposal. However, now other carriers are implementing similar proposals. And beyond issues related to common carrier obligations, the shifting of liability is unreasonable, as the railroads, not the shippers, are the parties responsible for maintaining the rail infrastructure critical in preventing derailments and other accidents. This puts a liability for an incident on the party that has little to no control over the risk. As the devastating derailment in East Palestine, Ohio showed, the Class I railroads need to make more investments in rail safety. Shifting liability to rail customers is counterproductive to this goal and does not promote the sound public policy of continuously improving rail safety. These insurance requirements seem to conflict with the common carrier obligation. By making it prohibitively costly, these extreme requirements effectively exclude a critical class of cargo that the carriers no longer want to haul. Why would a shipper want to make large investments in rail-served properties or add rail spurs if the railroads are making it impossible for them to economically receive the product? And in the end, these policies do not serve the American public, as hazardous materials are the kinds of shipments that benefit the most from utilizing rail service due to rail's superior safety record. Carriers should be looking at ways they can leverage their high level of safety in shipping hazardous materials compared to other modes of transportation to grow the usage of freight rail. Instead, they're imposing insurance requirements and liability shifting requirements that make it almost impossible for hazmat shippers and receivers to utilize the rail network. Now, in addition to these troubling liability shifting developments, the issue of poor rail service continues to be a problem. In a recent survey of ACD members companies, 73% of respondents reported experiencing service issues with their rail carrier. ACD members have reported numerous impactful disruption to their rail deliveries. Cars that were intentionally shipped by customers to arrive on different dates, but then all arrive bunched together. Shipments that were in the local yard ready for delivery and were mistakenly sent on a tour of the state, delaying delivery by more than a week. The unreliability of rail deliveries makes it very difficult for businesses that run on tight margins and are expected to make on-time deliveries to their customers to rely on freight rail service as part of their business model. Now, Hawkins has experienced such unpredictable service that we have had to make substantial investments in our infrastructure to deal with this. We have increased our storage capacity to avoid running out of products our customers need in case of late or missed rail shipments. We've also increased our yard space to accommodate more rail cars for situations when too many cars are delivered at once. While Hawkins has been able to make these investments, many smaller companies may not be able to do so, creating another disincentive to rail use. The consistent issue of poor rail service, combined with the alarming trend of liability shifting and extreme insurance requirements, is making freight rail unsustainable for the average hazmat shipper and receiver. But Class I railroads must abide by their common carrier obligations and implement reasonable insurance requirements for hazmat shipments for there to be any future freight rail growth in this area. Also, the railroads must invest more in improving their service so customers can rely on freight rail and make more material investments to promote continued growth. I appreciate the opportunity to present ACD's views, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Primus and members of the board, for holding this hearing on growth in the freight rail industry. My name is Ryan Boley, and I am Vice President of Government Relations at the Fertilizer Institute, or TFI, which represents companies across the fertilizer supply chain. I'm glad to have this opportunity to appear before you today. Fertilizer companies, from production to distribution to retail, ensure farmers receive essential nutrients to enrich the soil and grow the crops that feed our nation and the world. Moving this material from production facilities to farms requires virtually every mode of transportation and a carefully orchestrated year-round system of logistics. A strong and efficient rail network is a critical part of that system, and more than half of all fertilizer ton miles occur by rail. As noted in our written testimony, this hearing comes at an important time for the nation's Class I railroads. U.S. freight volumes continue to grow. Trucks face constant delays from highway congestion, and more shippers are prioritizing greener goods movement. Yet freight rail volumes have dropped substantially from highs in the 2000s, and the post-pandemic volume recovery has plateaued. TFI members are acutely focused on the ability of Class 1 carriers to efficiently move both our industry shipments and the agricultural products of our farmer customers. Fertilizer companies value strong relationships and partnerships with the Class 1 railroads. TFI uses our voice to amplify the importance of an efficient national rail network, such as during labor disputes in the U.S. and Canada, and by highlighting negative impacts from pending California locomotive regulations. Nitrogen, potash, phosphate, and other fertilizers must be pre-positioned ahead of busy application seasons for food, feed, fiber, and fuel crops. Impacts to rail transportation of fertilizer, either through elevated rates or reduced service, have knock-on effects across the entire agricultural sector, affecting farmers large and small. Fertilizer products are not only rail-centric, but also most fertilizer production facilities and terminals are captive shippers, served by a single Class 1 railroad. As the board knows, captive shippers are especially exposed to elevated rail rates, so much so that in 2019, half of all rail revenue was generated from captive shippers, up from 27% in 2004. This trend continues today. On rail service, implementation of precision scheduled railroading, eliminating too much rail carrier personnel, idling locomotives, and closing service yards represent root causes for the severe service quality reductions experienced in recent years. Indeed, given these changes, there's no indication that Class 1 railroads could today handle the volume that was then transported in the mid-2000s. For fertilizer companies, this has made questions like, how much more will this shipment cost me to move? Will this shipment arrive within the window the railroad estimated? Commonplace. Unfortunately, frequent answers of a lot more, no, it will be late, and the railroad doesn't guarantee service are felt both by fertilizer companies and our farmer customers. Instead of making rail more competitive with other modes or embracing a business model prioritizing customer success, Class 1 rail carriers seem intent on squeezing more revenue out of rail-centric commodities while shrinking existing networks and service offerings. This has led industry observers to note that Class 1 railroads are heading towards becoming more like utilities. In enacting the Staggers Act in 1980 and in subsequent laws, Congress gave the board a path and a responsibility for ensuring our Class 1 railroad network does not become the mirror of an electric utility. While Congress granted railroads greater freedom and incentive to compete for traffic and grow their business, it also ensured that rail customers would continue to have rate and service protections where competition is ineffective. The rail industry has changed a great deal since the enactment of Staggers, making the law's guiding principles even more relevant today. Due to policies promoting revenue adequacy, Class 1 carriers have largely met the board's revenue adequacy threshold consistently for many years, with the returns generated by many Class 1 carriers going well beyond this threshold. It is now time for the board to rebalance the role of revenue adequacy in relation to other Staggers objectives, such as reasonableness and competition. Revenue adequacy dual railroad operating ratios over the past decade do not reflect any attempt by the industry to grow or improve service. Today's operating ratios have largely arisen as the industry broadly adopted precision scheduled railroading models with leaner staffing and equipment, and coincide with both the transportation of less freight and the increase of rates for rail-centric customers. Class 1 rail carriers are doing the same or less with less, all while charging their remaining customers more. An alternative vision of the industry is customer and growth focused, providing reliable and prompt service to core customers with rates that are not only reasonable, but also competitive. It is also a vision that can achieve lower operating ratios through higher revenues from a broader base of business. Through hearings like this, increased oversight, and proceedings that focused on unreasonable pricings and service conditions, the board can make progress in advancing the Staggers policy goals of competition, reasonable